I've spent the last 10 years driving for a living, mostly long-haul transport across the Pacific Northwest and the Great Basin. When you spend that much time on the road, you develop a relationship with the silence. You learn to read the way the wind hits the chassis and the way the shadows play off the sagebrush in your periphery. You think you've seen every version of empty there is. But what I ran into 3 years ago, just outside the border of Nevada and Oregon, taught me that there are different kinds of emptiness. Some are just vacant spaces. Others are waiting for something to fill them. At the time, I was 34, driving a beat-up 2012 Tacoma. I wasn't on the clock. I was taking a personal trip to clear my head after a messy divorce. I had this idea that if I just drove far enough into the nothingness, I'd eventually find a version of myself that wasn't so weighed down. It was a stupid, romanticized thought that almost got me killed. It was late October, around 6:30 p.m., and the sun had already dipped behind the jagged horizon, leaving the sky a bruised purple. I was low on gas, not light as on low, but low enough that my anxiety started to prickle at the back of my neck. My GPS had lost its signal 20 miles back, and the paper map I'd bought at a gas station was useless because I wasn't entirely sure which unnamed service road I'd turned onto. I was looking for a town called Oakhaven. It was supposed to be a living ghost town, a place with a few residents and a lot of history. Instead, I found nothing but the dust. The road transitioned from cracked asphalt to packed dirt, and the further I went, the more the geography seemed to swallow the world. The hills grew steeper, the scrub brush thicker. Just as I was considering pulling over to sleep in the back and wait for morning, I saw a flicker of light through the trees. Not a white light or the warm yellow of a porch lamp. It was a deep, saturated crimson. It pulsed, slow and rhythmic like a heartbeat made of neon. I crested the final rise and Oakhaven laid itself out before me. It wasn't a town anymore, it was a skeleton. There were maybe 20 buildings, mostly wood-frame houses with collapsed porches and a single main street that looked like it hadn't seen a tire track in a decade. But there, at the very end of the street, atop a tall, rusted pole, was the source of the glow. A single red light, rotating slowly. I pulled the Tacoma to a stop. The engine ticked as it cooled, the only sound in a silence so heavy it felt physical. I should have turned around right then. Every instinct I'd honed over a decade of solo travel told me that a functioning, powered light in a town with shattered windows and rotted doors was an impossibility. But I was low on fuel, tired to the bone, and possessed by a morbid curiosity. I told myself it was probably a radio tower or a municipal marker for some underground utility. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight from the glove box, took a deep breath of the cold, dry air, and stepped out into the dark. The first thing I noticed wasn't the light, but the smell. It didn't smell like old wood or desert dust. It smelled like ozone, the sharp metallic scent that lingers in the air right before a massive lightning strike. It was static heavy, making the hair on my arms stand up. I started walking down the center of the road. My boots crunched on the gravel and the sound felt unnervingly loud, as if the town were an acoustic chamber designed to amplify every mistake I made. I looked into the windows of the houses as I passed. They were black pits. No furniture, no curtains, just the void. "Hello," I called out. My voice didn't echo. It just dropped flat and dead, as if the buildings were lined with foam. I kept my eyes on that red light. Up close, it was huge, the size of a beach ball encased in a thick industrial glass housing. It didn't cast a wide beam. It was more like a laser, a concentrated streak of red that cut through the darkness, illuminating a thin slice of the town every few seconds as it spun. Red, black, red, black. Then the first anomaly happened. I was about 50 yards from the pole when the light swung past me. For a split second, the red beam hit the front of a two-story general store to my left. In that flash, I saw a person standing on the balcony. I froze. I clicked on my flashlight and aimed it at the balcony. Nothing, just gray, weathered wood and a rusted railing. I turned my light off, my heart hammering against my ribs. I waited for the red light to come back around. I counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. The red beam swept across the balcony again. The figure was there. It was a man, or something shaped like one, wearing a long, dark coat. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking straight ahead, his arms hanging limp at his sides. But here's the thing that made my stomach turn. When the red light hit him, he didn't have a shadow. The beam passed through him or around him, but the wall behind him stayed illuminated in red. I blinked, rubbing my eyes. "Hey," I shouted, my voice cracking. "I'm low on gas, I need some help." The red light swung away, plunging the balcony back into total darkness. I kept my flashlight off, waiting for the next rotation. 1, 2, 3, 4. The red beam hit the balcony. The man was gone. I scanned the street with my flashlight, the beam shaking in my hand. I told myself it was an optical illusion, the way the red light played with the shadows of the rafters. It had to be. Your brain does weird things in the desert when you're tired. You see water where there's salt. You see people where there are rocks. I took a step back toward my truck, my resolve to explore Oak Haven evaporating instantly. That's when I heard the sound. It wasn't a footstep. It was a click, a sharp mechanical asterisk snick asterisk, like a deadbolt sliding into place. It came from right behind me. I spun around, throwing my flashlight beam toward my Tacoma. The driver's side door, which I had left wide open, was now shut. Not just latched, but completely closed. I ran back to the truck, my boots skidding on the loose dirt. I grabbed the handle and yanked. It wouldn't budge. I tried the back door. Locked. I peered through the window. My keys were still in the ignition, the little green light on the dashboard glowing mockingly at me. Then I looked at the passenger seat. There was a pile of something sitting there. It hadn't been there when I got out. It was a small, neat stack of Polaroid photos, face down. I backed away from the truck, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I hadn't heard the door slam. In the absolute silence of that town, a car door closing should have sounded like a gunshot, but it had been silent. I looked back toward the red light at the end of the street. It was still spinning. 1, 2, 3, 4. When the red light hit the ground 10 feet in front of me, I saw them. Footprints. Not old, weathered tracks in the dust. These were fresh, deep impressions, as if someone, or something, very heavy had just walked past me. They started from the middle of the road and led directly to the side of my truck. But as the red light moved on, the footprints vanished. I shone my flashlight on the ground where I had just seen them. The dust was smooth, undisturbed. I felt a cold shiver crawl down my spine that had nothing to do with the night air. This wasn't just a creepy town. This was a violation of how things were supposed to work. Logic tells you that if you see a footprint, the dirt is displaced. Logic tells you that if a door closes, it makes a sound. I was standing in the middle of the street, locked out of my only way out, while an impossible light searched for me every 4 seconds. I needed to think. I needed to move. I looked at the general store where I'd seen the figure. If there was power for that red light, there had to be a generator or a breaker box somewhere. Maybe there was a phone. Maybe there was a reason the world was breaking around me. I started toward the store, but I didn't walk in the center of the road this time. I hugged the shadows of the collapsed buildings, timing my movements with the rotation of the light. Red, move, black, hide. As I reached the porch of the general store, the red light swung around and hit the window next to me. For a split second, the glass became a mirror. I didn't see my own reflection. I saw the interior of the store. It wasn't empty. It was filled with people. Dozens of them, all standing perfectly still, all facing the door, waiting. The light passed. The window went black. I stood there, my hand hovering over the rusted doorknob, the smell of ozone now so thick I could taste copper in the back of my throat. My gut was screaming at me to run, to just start walking into the desert and never look back. But I knew I wouldn't make it 5 miles on foot in the dark. I had to go inside. I gripped the knob. It was ice cold. I turned it, and the door creaked open with a groan that seemed to echo for miles. I stepped into the darkness of the store, clicking my flashlight on. The beam cut through the dust motes. The store was empty. No people, no furniture, just bare floorboards and the smell of rot. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Just shadows, I whispered, just the light. I moved deeper into the store, looking for a back office or a basement stairwell. The floorboards groaned under my weight. I reached the back counter, my light falling on an old-fashioned rotary phone. I picked up the receiver. Silence, no dial tone, not even static. I dropped the receiver, and it hit the floor with a heavy thud. As I bent down to pick it up, my flashlight beam hit the space under the counter. There was a row of shoes. Not just random shoes. They were all pairs, neatly lined up, ranging from children's sneakers to heavy work boots. They were all caked in the same red dust that covered the street outside, and they were all pointing toward me. I backed away, my heart racing. I tripped over a loose board and fell hard, my flashlight spinning across the floor. It wedged itself under a shelf, its beam pointing toward the front door. From my position on the floor, I watched the front door. The red light from outside swung past. Through the gap in the door, I saw the beam hit the porch. The man in the long coat was standing there. He wasn't moving. He was just looking into the store. And this time, even without the red light hitting him directly, I could see his face in the spillover of my flashlight. He didn't have eyes. Where they should have been, there were just two smooth indentations of skin, as if they had been sewn shut and healed over years ago. His mouth was a thin, pale line. He took a step forward. There was no sound, no creak of the porch, no thud of a boot. He moved like a shadow across a wall, fluid, silent, and raw. I scrambled backward, reaching for my flashlight, but my hand hit something else, something soft. I turned my head. In the dim, reflected light, I saw what I had touched. It was a hand, a cold, pale hand reaching out from a gap in the floorboards, and then another, and another. The entire floor wasn't just wood. It was a lattice of hands, all of them reaching up, their fingers twitching in a silent, rhythmic pulse that matched the rotation of the red light outside. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My throat had closed up entirely. I grabbed my flashlight, kicked away from the reaching fingers, and bolted toward the back of the store. I didn't care where I was going. I just knew I couldn't stay in that room. I found a door and burst through it, expecting a closet or a back alley. Instead, I found myself in a room filled with monitors. There were dozens of them, old CRT screens stacked floor to ceiling. They were all flickering with the same grainy black and white footage. I saw the main street. I saw the general store. I saw the red light spinning. And on one screen in the center of the stack, I saw myself. I was sitting in my truck. I looked calm. I was looking at the map. I watched the screen as the me in the truck opened the door and stepped out. I watched myself walk down the street. I watched myself enter the store. But then the footage changed. On the screen, I didn't walk toward the back of the store. I stopped at the counter. I picked up the phone. And then I turned around and looked directly into the camera. The me on the screen didn't have eyes. I backed away from the monitors, my head spinning. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. I was having a breakdown. The isolation, the stress, the dehydration, it was all catching up to me. "It's not real," I said aloud, my voice trembling. "It's real enough," a voice replied. It didn't come from the room. It came from the speakers of the monitors. It was my voice, my exact tone, my exact inflection. "The light has to see you," the voice said. "If the light sees you, you stay. If the light misses you, you're gone." I didn't stay to hear the rest. I turned and ran, smashing through a side window. The glass shattered, cutting my arms, but I didn't feel the pain. I hit the ground running, the red light swinging toward me. I dived behind a rusted-out car, just as the beam swept over. Red and black. I looked toward my truck. The door was still shut. I needed my keys. I needed to get out of Oakhaven before the light found a way to make me like the things under the floorboards. I reached into my pocket, praying, hoping, and my fingers closed around a cold piece of metal. My spare key. I'd forgotten I kept it in my jacket. I didn't wait. I didn't time the light. I just ran. I sprinted toward the Tacoma, the red light chasing me, the beam nipping at my heels. I could hear them now, not footsteps, but a sound like dry leaves blowing in the wind. Hundreds of them. The things in the houses, the things under the floor, they were all coming out. I reached the truck, jammed the spare key into the lock, and twisted. It turned. I threw myself into the seat, slammed the door, and cranked the engine. It sputtered. "Come on," I hissed, tears stinging my eyes. "Come on." The engine roared to life. I shifted into reverse and slammed on the gas, fishtailing in the dirt. As I swung the truck around, my headlights cut across the front of the general store. They were all there. Dozens of people, all wearing dark coats, all with smooth, eyeless faces. They weren't attacking. They were just standing there, watching me go. And in the center of the crowd was the me I had seen on the monitor. He raised a hand and waved. I didn't stop driving until I hit the interstate 3 hours later. I didn't care about the gas. I didn't care about the map. I just drove until I saw the sunrise. I never went back to Oakhaven. I tried to find it on a map later, but the road I took doesn't exist. There is no town by that name in Nevada or Oregon. But sometimes when I'm driving late at night and I see a red light in the distance, a radio tower or a stoplight, I feel that cold shiver. I remember the smell of ozone, and I wonder if the me that stayed behind is still standing on that porch, waiting for the light to come back around. The interstate felt like a cold, sterile lifeline, but the safety it offered was an illusion I couldn't quite swallow. Every time I glanced in my rearview mirror, I expected to see that crimson strobe cutting through the darkness behind me, marking the horizon with its rhythmic, mechanical pulse. I drove until the Tacoma's engine hummed with a frantic, overworked heat, and I didn't stop until I reached a 24-hour diner in a town that actually had a name on the sign, McDermott. I sat in a vinyl booth, my hands shaking so violently I had to grip the edge of the table just to keep them still. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes and a name tag that read Margie, set a cup of black coffee in front of me. She didn't ask about the glass cuts on my forearms or the red dust that coated my jacket like dried blood. In places like this, people learn not to ask questions of men who looked like they'd just crawled out of the desert's throat. I reached into my pocket to pay, and my fingers brushed against something stiff. I pulled it out. It was one of the Polaroid photos from the stack I'd seen on my passenger seat. I didn't remember grabbing it. My mind was a blur of adrenaline and terror, yet here it was. I laid it flat on the Formica table. The image was still developing, a murky swirl of blacks and grays. As I watched, the chemicals shifted and a shape began to take form. It was a picture of the Tacoma, my truck parked in the middle of that dead street in Oakhaven. But in the photo, the truck wasn't empty. There was a figure in the driver's seat. It was me. I was leaning against the window, my eyes wide, my mouth open in a silent scream. And standing just outside the glass, pressing a pale, eyeless face against the driver's side window, was the man in the long coat. The date stamped on the bottom of the photo wasn't from years ago. It was dated tomorrow. I pushed the photo away, the coffee turning to acid in my stomach. I needed to sleep, but the thought of closing my eyes felt like an invitation. If I fell asleep, would I wake up back there? Was Oakhaven a place, or was it a state of being? The me I had seen on the monitor, the one who waved, felt more real in that moment than the version of me sitting in a diner drinking burnt coffee. I spent the next 3 days in a haze, driving north into Oregon, avoiding the back roads, staying strictly to the highways where the lights were white and the people had eyes. But the ozone smell wouldn't leave me. It clung to the upholstery of the truck. It lived in the fabric of my clothes. I scrubbed my skin until it was raw, but I could still taste the copper on the back of my tongue. By the fourth day, the exhaustion finally won. I pulled into a Motel 6 in a small town outside of Bend. I checked in under a fake name, locked the door, and pushed the heavy dresser in front of it. I didn't turn off the lights. I sat on the edge of the bed with my back against the headboard, watching the television, a local news broadcast with the volume muted. I must have drifted off, because when I jerked awake, the room was bathed in a different color. The warm yellow of the bedside lamp had been swallowed by a deep, saturated red. My heart didn't just race, it felt like it was trying to punch its way out of my chest. I looked at the window. The curtains were thin, and through them I could see a light rotating. 1, 2, 3, 4. I scrambled to the window and peeled back the fabric. I wasn't in Bend anymore. The parking lot was gone. The highway was gone. Outside the window was the main street of Oak Haven. The rusted pole stood just 20 feet away, the red glass housing spinning with that same agonizingly slow rhythm. But something was different. The town wasn't empty anymore. The street was lined with people. They weren't hiding in the shadows or under the floorboards. They were standing in 2 neat rows, facing each other, creating a path that led from my motel door directly to the base of the light pole. There were hundreds of them now. Men in suits, women in floral dresses that looked 50 years out of date, children holding hands. All of them were still. All of them were eyeless. And they were all waiting. A knock came at the door, not a loud, aggressive thud, but a soft, polite rapping. Tap, tap, tap. David, a voice whispered. It was my mother's voice. She'd been dead for 6 years. David, honey, it's time to come out. The light is waiting. I backed away from the door, tripping over the suitcase I hadn't even unpacked. You're not her, I croaked. None of this is real. The definition of real is so narrow, David, the voice replied, shifting. Now it was the voice of my ex-wife, the sharp, disappointed tone she'd used during the final months of our marriage. You wanted to find a version of yourself that wasn't weighed down. This is the only way. You have to leave the weight behind. You have to leave the eyes behind. I grabbed the lamp and threw it at the door. It shattered, the bulb popping with a pathetic hiss. The red light from outside flooded in through the gap in the curtains, sweeping across the room. Red, the room was filled with furniture. The dresser, the bed, the TV. Black, the room was a shell. The walls were rotted wood, the floor was dirt, and the dresser was a pile of rusted scrap metal. The transition was happening faster now. The real world was being overwritten by the skeleton of Oak Haven. Every time the light hit the room, it reinforced the nightmare. I realized then that the red light wasn't just a beacon, it was a projector. It was filming a new reality into existence, one frame at a time, and I was the lead actor. The knocking stopped. A new sound replaced it, the sound of a key turning in the lock. I looked at the door. The deadbolt, which I had watched click into place, was sliding back. The dresser I'd moved in front of the door didn't exist in the black phase of the light, and as the door began to swing open, the furniture simply flickered out of existence. Standing in the doorway was the man in the long coat. Up close, the smell of ozone was deafening. It made my teeth ache. He didn't move toward me. He simply held out a hand. In his palm was a small, silver object. My truck keys. You dropped these, he said. His voice didn't come from his mouth. It vibrated in the air between us, a frequency that made my vision blur. I have my keys, I stammered, reaching into my pocket. My hand found nothing but lint. The spare key, the one that had saved me, was gone. You can't leave twice, David, the man said. The first time was a gift, a chance to see what you were leaving behind, but you kept looking back. You kept wondering, and curiosity is just a hook. He stepped into the room. As the red light swung past, his shadow stretched across the wall, but it didn't match his body. His shadow was tall, multi-limbed, and jagged, like a dead tree reaching for the ceiling. I didn't have my truck. I didn't have my keys. I had nothing but the flashlight I'd dropped on the floor. I lunged for it, clicking it on and aiming the beam directly at his face. The white light hit him, and for a second he hissed. His skin bubbled where the white light touched him, turning gray and flaky like ash. He backed away, shielding his eyeless face. "The white light is a lie," he screamed, the sound echoing through the entire town. "It only shows the surface. The red shows the truth." I didn't wait for him to recover. I dived through the open door, sprinting past him into the street. I didn't run for the truck. I knew it wouldn't start. I ran for the only thing that seemed to have power in this place. I ran for the pole. The crowd of eyeless people didn't move as I brushed past them. Their skin felt like cold parchment. I could hear them breathing in unison, a low, wet sound that timed itself to the rotation of the light. In, out, red, black. I reached the base of the pole. It was a massive thing, bolted into a concrete slab that looked like it had been poured a century ago. A heavy iron ladder was welded to the side. I began to climb. "Stop him!" The voice of the man in the coat roared from below. Suddenly, the stillness of the crowd broke. They didn't run, they surged. It was like a wave of dark water hitting the base of the pole. I looked down and saw dozens of pale hands grabbing at the rungs, pulling at my boots. I kicked out, feeling my heel connect with a soft, yielding face. There was no cry of pain, just the sound of shifting sand. I climbed higher, my lungs burning in the thin, dry air. The light was just above me now, the heat radiating from the glass housing like a furnace. The rotation was faster up here, the wind whistling through the rusted metal of the platform. I reached the top and hauled myself onto the narrow catwalk. The light was blinding. Up close, it wasn't just red. It was a living color, a swirling vortex of crimson energy trapped behind inches of industrial glass. The motor that turned it groaned with the effort, a rhythmic asterisk thrum-thrum-thrum that shook the entire structure. I looked down. The town of Oakhaven was laid out like a map of a nightmare. From this height, I could see that the houses weren't arranged randomly. They formed a circle around the pole, a massive, occult eye with the light as its pupil. And the people, they were all looking up at me. Hundreds of eyeless faces, glowing red in the strobe. "What do you want?" I screamed at the light. The motor slowed. The rotation stopped. The beam was fixed directly on me, pinning me against the railing. The heat was unbearable. I felt the skin on my face tightening, my vision beginning to tunnel. "We want to be seen," 1,000 voices whispered in my head. "The world forgot us. The maps forgot us. But the light remembers. If you look into the light, David, you become part of the memory. You never have to be alone again." My hand went to my eyes. They hurt. They felt like heavy, useless weights in my skull. I understood then. The people in the town didn't have eyes because they didn't need them. They didn't look at the world. The light looked for them. I felt a strange peace wash over me. The divorce, the loneliness, the aimless driving, it all felt so small compared to the vast, red eternity of the light. I reached out a hand, my fingers brushing the hot glass of the housing. "Just let go," the man in the coat said. He was standing on the catwalk now, just a few feet away. He looked different here. He looked like he was made of the same energy as the light, a shimmering ghost of a man. "Give the light your sight, and it will give you the world." I looked at him, and for the first time I didn't feel fear. I felt pity. "No," I whispered. I didn't jump. I didn't fight him. I did the only thing I had left. I took my heavy-duty flashlight, the one with the cracked lens and the dying battery, and I smashed it against the glass housing of the red light. The first blow did nothing but send a vibration up my arm that nearly shook me off the platform. The second blow cracked the glass. A thin hiss of ozone escaped, smelling like 1,000 dying storms. "Stop!" the man screamed, lunging for me. I swung a third time, putting every ounce of my desperation into the strike. The glass shattered. The explosion wasn't loud. It was a vacuum. For a split second, all the air was sucked out of Oakhaven. The red light didn't just go out. It imploded, pulling the color, the heat, and the shadows into a single, infinitesimal point. I felt myself falling, not down but through. When I opened my eyes, I was lying in the dirt. The sun was rising, a pale, weak yellow that felt like the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I was cold, my clothes were torn, and my body ached as if I'd been thrown from a moving car. I sat up and looked around. I was in the middle of the desert. There was no town, no wood frame houses, no general store, no balcony. There was no pole. But about 50 yards away, sitting in the middle of a dry lake bed, was my Tacoma. It was covered in a thick layer of red dust. I stood up, my legs shaking, and walked toward the truck. The silence was normal now. The sound of wind over the scrub brush, the distant cry of a hawk. The heavy, physical silence of Oak Haven was gone. I reached the truck and tried the handle. It opened. My keys were in the ignition. I climbed in, but I didn't start the engine. I looked at the passenger seat. The stack of Polaroid photos was gone. I looked in the rearview mirror, checking my face for injuries. My skin was pale, and there were dark circles under my eyes, but I was there. I was whole. Then I looked closer at my eyes. In the center of my pupils, deep in the blackness, there was a tiny, microscopic speck of red. It didn't go away when I blinked. It didn't shift when I moved. It was a permanent spark, a remnant of the light I'd broken. I started the truck and began the long drive back to the highway. I didn't look back. I knew there was nothing to see. But as I drove, I realized the man in the coat had been right about one thing. I had left something behind. I wasn't the same man who had driven into the desert looking for himself. That man was gone, consumed by the red. I reached the interstate and merged into the flow of traffic. I saw the other drivers, tired people in minivans, truckers hauling freight, tourists looking at maps. They all looked so solid, so sure of the world around them. I envied them, because I knew something they didn't. I knew that the world we see is just a thin layer of white light draped over a skeleton. And I knew that somewhere, out in the dark places where the maps don't go, another light was already starting to spin. I pulled into a gas station a few miles down the road. I walked into the convenience store, my boots crunching on the tile. The teenager behind the counter didn't look up from his phone. "Morning," I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears. The boy looked up, and for a second he froze. He stared at my face, his brow furrowing in confusion. "You okay, man?" he asked. "Your eyes, they look weird." "Just the sun," I said, handing him a $20 bill. "I've been driving all night." I walked back to my truck, the red spark in my vision flickering as I stepped into the sunlight. I looked at my reflection in the window one last time. The spark was growing. It wasn't just a speck anymore. It was a heartbeat. 1, 2, 3, 4. I got into the truck and drove. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I couldn't stop, because the light wasn't just in Oak Haven anymore. It was in me, and I could feel it, turning slowly, waiting for the sun to go down so it could show me the truth again. The hum of the interstate was no longer a comfort. It was a rhythmic vibration that harmonized with the pulse behind my retinas. Every time I passed a mile marker, the green metal sign seemed to glow with an unnatural intensity, the white reflective lettering searing into my vision. I kept my visor down, even as the sun climbed toward its zenith, because the natural world felt increasingly like a stage set. Painted cardboard and thin plywood held together by the collective will of people who didn't know any better. I reached the outskirts of Boise by mid-afternoon. The city felt like a frantic, noisy hive, a desperate attempt to drown out the silence of the high desert with the screech of tires and the chime of crosswalk signals. I pulled into a crowded supermarket parking lot, desperate for the anonymity of a crowd. I needed to see faces, real, flawed, asymmetrical faces with eyes that moved and blinked and held the messy spark of human thought. As I stepped out of the truck, the smell of ozone hit me again. It wasn't faint this time. It was a physical weight, a metallic tang that coated my tongue and made the hair on my arm stand up. I looked around, panicking, expecting to see the rusted rooftops of Oak Haven encroaching on the suburban sprawl. But there was only a woman loading groceries into a silver SUV and a teenager pushing a line of shopping carts. I hurried into the store, the automatic doors hissing open like a gasp. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed at a frequency that made my teeth ache. I walked toward the back, toward the pharmacy section, my boots leaving faint red dusty prints on the pristine white linoleum. I caught my reflection in the mirrored backing of a soda display. The red in my eyes wasn't just a speck anymore. It was a thin, dendritic web of crimson veins spreading across the iris, pulsing in time with my heart. I looked like I hadn't slept in a decade, but worse, I looked like I was being hollowed out from the inside. "Can I help you, sir?" I jumped, nearly knocking over a display of protein bars. A young woman in a white lab coat was looking at me from behind the pharmacy counter. She had kind eyes, blue, clear, and terrifyingly deep. I think I have an infection," I stammered, shielding my eyes with my hand. "In my eyes, they burn." She leaned forward, her professional mask slipping into a look of genuine concern. "Go ahead and step up to the light. Let me take a look." As I approached, the overhead fluorescence flickered, just for a microsecond. Red. The pharmacy counter was a rotted wooden plank. The woman was a tall, eyeless thing draped in a tattered white shroud. White. She was just a girl again, blinking at me. "Sir, are you all right? You turned very pale." "I'm fine," I choked out, backing away. "I just need some Vicin or some sleep. I'm sorry." I turned and bolted for the exit. I didn't look back to see if she was watching me. I didn't care. The transitions were happening in broad daylight now. Oak Haven wasn't waiting for the sun to go down. It was reclaiming the space I occupied inch by agonizing inch. The light I had smashed hadn't died. It had moved. It had found a new housing, a new lens through which to project its reality. I didn't go back to the truck. I couldn't. The Tacoma felt like a trap, a mobile extension of that dead town. I started walking, my head down, following the sidewalk until the commercial district gave way to a quiet residential neighborhood. The houses here were old, with wraparound porches and mature oak trees that cast long, swaying shadows across the pavement. I found a small park, a patch of grass with a rusted swing set and a single park bench. I sat down and buried my face in my hands. "It's not real," I whispered into my palms. "It's a neurological break, trauma, dehydration. The desert does things to the brain." "Does it, David?" The voice didn't come from the air. It came from inside my own chest, a resonance that vibrated through my ribs. I looked up. Sitting on the other end of the bench was the man in the long coat. He wasn't a shadow anymore. In the dappled sunlight of the park, he looked almost mundane, like a traveler who had walked a very long way. His coat was covered in the same fine red dust that coated my boots. He didn't have a face, just that smooth, pale expanse of skin where features should be, but I could feel his gaze. "You broke the glass," he said. His voice was a low, melodic thrum. "Most people just succumb. They let the light take their sight and they find peace in the stillness. But you had to fight. You had to break the eye." "Leave me alone," I said, my voice cracking. "I destroyed it. I'm out." The man leaned back, his eyeless head tilting toward the sky. "You didn't destroy it. You liberated it. A lens is a cage, David. It focuses the light, yes, but it also limits it. Now the light is free. It's looking through you. You're the lighthouse now." I stood up, my fists clenched. "I'll gouge them out first. I'll go blind before I let that town back in." The man laughed. It was a dry, rattling sound, like dead leaves skittering across a driveway. "You think sight is in the eyes. Sight is what happens when the world agrees to be seen. And the world is starting to agree with you, David. Look." He pointed toward the street. A car was driving by, a late-model sedan. As I watched, the red pulse in my vision flickered. The car didn't disappear, but it changed. The sleek metal rusted in an instant. The tires shriveled into black husks. The The driver, a man in a business suit, became a pale, eyeless figure gripping a steering wheel made of bone. The sound of the engine transformed from a hum into a wet, rhythmic grinding. The car passed, and as the pulse faded, it returned to normal. But the image lingered in my mind, more real than the reality that replaced it. The more you see it, the more it stays, the man said. Oakhaven isn't a place you go to. It's a place that happens when you stop believing in the lie of the white light. You're seeing the bones of the world, David. Isn't it beautiful? No more choices. No more regrets. Just the rhythm, just the memory. I turned and ran. I didn't have a destination. I just needed to move, to keep my heart rate up, to stay ahead of the flicker. I ran until my lungs felt like they were filled with hot sand, until the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the clouds in bruises of purple and gold. I found myself at a train yard on the edge of the city. Huge locomotives sat idling, their massive engines shaking the ground. I climbed over a chain-link fence, my hands tearing on the wire, and scrambled into an open boxcar. It smelled of grain and old iron. I huddled in the corner, pulling my knees to my chest, praying for a darkness that wasn't red. The train began to move, a slow, jolting start that sent a shudder through the floorboards. Clack, 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 clack. I closed my eyes, but it didn't help. The red light was projected on the inside of my eyelids. 1, 2, 3, 4. I saw my mother again. She was sitting in the corner of the boxcar. She wasn't a ghost. She was a memory made of red dust. She was knitting something, a long gray shroud that trailed off into the shadows. "You always were a runner, Davy," she said, her voice soft and distorted, like an old radio station fading out. "But you can't run from the things you carry. You carried your father's temper, and you carried your wife's sadness, and now you're carrying the light. Why is it so hard for you to just sit still?" "Because sitting still is dying," I sobbed. "No," she said, leaning forward. Where her eyes should have been, there were two swirling pits of crimson energy. "Sitting still is being remembered. In Oakhaven, nothing is ever lost. Every word you ever said, every mistake you ever made. It's all there, preserved in the red. It's a museum of us, David. Don't you want to be kept?" "I want to live," I screamed at the empty boxcar. The train picked up speed. The rhythm of the wheels on the track became the rhythm of the rotating light. I crawled to the open door of the boxcar and looked out at the passing landscape. The world was dying. The forest we were passing through wasn't green. The trees were blackened skeletons, their branches reaching out like the limbs of the man in the coat. The houses in the distance were shells, their windows dark and hollow. And everywhere, standing in the fields, standing on the porches, standing by the side of the tracks, were the people. There were thousands of them now, a silent, eyeless army all facing the train. As we roared past, they didn't move their heads. They didn't have to. They felt me. They were the audience, and I was the beacon. The train screeched as it rounded a curve, and for a moment, the friction of the wheels against the rail sent up a shower of sparks. In the white world, they were orange and yellow. In my world, they were brilliant, blinding streaks of crimson that lit up the night sky. I realized then that I couldn't go back to a name on a sign. I couldn't go back to McDermott or Bend or Boise. The me that had stayed on the porch in Oakhaven hadn't been a duplicate. It had been the original. The man who had driven away, the man who was sitting in this boxcar, was just the projection. I was the shadow cast by the light, and the shadow was finally being pulled back to its source. I stood up at the edge of the door, the wind whipping my hair across my face. The ozone smell was so strong now I could see it, a faint blue haze shimmering in the air. The train wasn't heading for a destination. The tracks weren't leading to another city. They were spiraling. I looked ahead and saw it. The horizon wasn't flat anymore. It was curving upward, the landscape folding in on itself like a dying star. At the center of the fold, rising out of the desert floor like a jagged tooth, was the pole. It was taller than I remembered. It pierced the clouds, the red glass housing at the top spinning with a ferocity that made the air scream. The light it cast didn't just illuminate the town, it created it. I saw the general store flicker into existence as the beam passed over a patch of sand. I saw the motel materialize out of a pile of rocks. I looked down at my hands. They were becoming translucent. I could see the bones beneath the skin, and beneath the bones I saw the red light pulsing in my marrow. "I'm not ready," I whispered, though I knew the words were meaningless. The man in the long coat appeared beside me in the doorway. He wasn't holding my keys this time. He was holding a camera, an old, heavy Polaroid. "Smile, David," he said. The flash went off. It wasn't white. It was a burst of pure, concentrated Oakhaven. The impact of the flash knocked me backward out of the boxcar. I fell through the air, but I didn't feel the rush of wind. I felt the sensation of being developed. I felt my edges being defined by chemicals, my colors being flattened into shades of gray and red. I hit the ground, but there was no pain. I was standing on a wooden porch. The air was still. The smell of ozone was a gentle, familiar perfume. I looked down at my hands. They were solid again. I was wearing my old jacket, the one coated in red dust. I looked out at the street. The Tacoma was parked in front of the general store, its engine ticking as it cooled. The door was open. I walked down the steps, my boots crunching on the gravel. The town was quiet, but it wasn't empty. I could hear the soft breathing of the people in the houses. I could feel the weight of their memories, the collective history of a place that the world had tried to forget. I walked toward the pole. The ladder was there waiting, but I didn't need to climb it. I looked at the person standing by the driver's side door of the truck. It was a man. He looked like me. He was leaning against the window, his eyes wide, his mouth open in a silent scream. He looked terrified. He looked like he was about to run. I felt a surge of pity for him. He still thought there was somewhere to go. He still thought the white light was the truth. I raised my hand and waved. "It's okay," I whispered, though I knew he couldn't hear me through the glass of the projection. "It doesn't hurt once you stop fighting the color." The man in the truck scrambled into the driver's seat, fumbling with his keys. I watched him go. I watched the Tacoma roar to life and peel away, kicking up a cloud of red dust that hung in the air long after he was gone. I knew he would drive until his engine burned out. I knew he would sit in a diner in McDermott and watch a photo develop. I knew he would try to hide in a motel in Bend. And I knew he would come back, because the light was in him now, and the light always comes home. I turned away from the road and looked up at the spinning red eye. It was beautiful. It was the only thing that was real. I sat down on the curb, folded my hands in my lap, and waited for the next rotation. 1, 2, 3, 4. As the red beam swept over me, I felt my eyes begin to itch. It wasn't an unpleasant sensation. It was the feeling of a shell cracking. I reached up and touched my eyelids. The skin was smooth. The weight was gone. I didn't need to look anymore. I was being seen. In the distance, I heard the sound of another car approaching. It was faint, a tiny vibration on the edge of the world's memory. Someone else had taken the wrong turn. Someone else had seen the glow on the horizon and wondered if it was a campfire or a radio tower. I stood up and smoothed my jacket. I had to get to the porch. I had to be ready to wave. It was important that they saw a friendly face. It was important that they knew they weren't alone. The town of Oakhaven breathed in, a low, wet sound of shifting sand and settling timber. The red light pulsed, a heartbeat for a place that had no heart. "Welcome," I whispered to the empty street. "We've been waiting for you." I walked back to the house with the porch, the one where I had first seen myself. I took my place by the railing, staring out into the darkness where the highway used to be. I felt the red spark in my chest expand, filling the hollow spaces where my life used to be. The car's headlights appeared in the distance, two weak, flickering stabs of white light that looked pathetic against the vast, crimson night. I smiled, though I no longer had a mouth to show it. The light would show it for me. The light would show everything. The headlights grew larger, trembling against the heavy, static-filled darkness of the desert. I watched them from the porch, my hands resting on the railing that felt less like wood and more like a calcified memory. The car was a sedan, silver or gray. It was hard to tell under the rhythmic wash of the crimson sky. It moved slowly, tentatively, the driver clearly unnerved by the way the road seemed to dissolve into the scrubland every few hundred yards. I knew that hesitation. I knew the way the sweat would be pooling on the steering wheel, the way the radio would be emitting nothing but the low, melodic thrum of a heartbeat that didn't belong to the driver. As the car rolled into the perimeter of the first rusted street lamp, the red light from the pole hit the windshield. For a split second, the glass turned opaque, a flat sheet of blood-colored plastic, and then it cleared. I saw her. She was young, maybe 25, with dark hair pulled back in a messy knot. Her eyes were wide, darting from the darkened windows of the general store to the sagging silhouette of the motel. She was looking for a sign, a person, a reason to hit the brakes or a reason to floor the gas. She chose to stop. They always chose to stop eventually. The town has a way of thickening the air around the tires, making the very act of forward motion feel like swimming through cooling wax. The engine cut out, the sound dying with a mechanical wheeze that seemed to echo for miles in the unnatural silence. She sat there for a long time, her hands still gripped at 10 and 2. I stayed perfectly still on the porch. I was the shadow she hadn't noticed yet, the part of the scenery that hadn't quite resolved into a threat. The car door creaked open. The sound was deafening, a jagged tear in the quiet. She stepped out, her sneakers crunching on the red grit. She was shivering, despite the stagnant heat that clung to the buildings. "Hello," she called out. Her voice was thin, a reed snapping in a gale. "Is anyone there? My GPS. I think I'm lost." I didn't answer. Not yet. I wanted to see if she could see the truth of the town before I introduced the lie of myself. She walked toward the center of the street, her eyes drawn upward, inevitably, toward the pole. The red glass housing was spinning faster now, a blurred ruby at the top of the world. The light swept over her, and for a moment, her shadow stretched out behind her, a long, distorted thing that seemed to have a life of its own, reaching toward the open door of the general store. She shielded her eyes. "What is that? Is that a siren?" I stepped down from the porch. The wood didn't creak under my boots anymore. It felt like stepping on velvet. As I moved into the light, she gasped, stumbling back against the hood of her car. "It's just a marker," I said. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, resonant and hollow, like someone speaking into a deep well. It helps people find their way when the maps stop working. She stared at me, her chest heaving. She was looking at my face, looking for the eyes I knew were no longer there, but the light was doing its work. To her, in this stage of the transition, I probably still looked like a man, a tired traveler in a dusty jacket. The red hadn't fully colonized her retinas yet. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice trembling. I was on the I-84 heading toward Boise, and then the road just changed. I've been driving for an hour and I haven't seen another car. "You're in Oak Haven," I said, walking closer. I stopped just at the edge of her headlight's reach. The white light of her car felt abrasive, a vulgar intrusion on the sanctity of the red. "You aren't lost. You're just arriving. Everyone who comes here thinks they're lost at first." "I need a phone," she said, her eyes darting toward the general store. "Is there a landline? My cell has no signal, it just shows a red screen." "The phones don't work here," I told her gently. "There's no one left to call, not in the way you mean." She backed away further, her hand fumbling for the door handle of her car. "I'm going to go. I'll go back the way I came. Sorry to bother you." "You can try," I said. I wasn't being cruel, I was being honest. I pointed back toward the road she had arrived on. She looked. The road was gone. Where the pavement had been only moments ago, there was now only a vast, undulating sea of red dust and sagebrush, stretching into an infinite horizon. The tracks of her tires ended abruptly 10 feet behind her car, as if the vehicle had been dropped from the sky. She let out a small, choked sob. "What is this? What's happening?" "The world is narrowing," I explained. I felt a strange sense of peace, a calm that I wanted to share with her. The noise, the choices, the constant, frantic movement of the life you left behind, it's all being filtered out. Oak Haven is the residue. It's what stays when the light finally stops moving. She turned and ran. She didn't go for the car. She ran toward the general store, her instinct driving her toward the nearest structure, the false promise of shelter. I didn't chase her. There was no need. I walked slowly, following the trail of her fear, which hung in the air like the smell of ozone. Inside the store, the shelves were exactly as I remembered them, lined with faded boxes of cereal and rusted cans of peaches. But as the red light from the pole swept through the front window, the labels shifted. The corn flakes became regrets. The peaches became unspoken words. The store wasn't a place of commerce. It was a library of the mundane things people carry until they can't carry them anymore. I found her in the back, huddled near the cold storage units. The glass doors were frosted over, but behind the ice I could see the shapes of people. They weren't dead. They were simply waiting, frozen in the moments before they had fully surrendered to the light. "Go away," she hissed, clutching a heavy glass bottle of soda she'd grabbed from a shelf. "I'm David," I said, sitting down on a crate of empty glass bottles. "I was like you. I had a truck. I had a wife. I had a life that felt like it was made of solid ground. But it wasn't. It was just a thin crust over a very deep, very red ocean." "You're crazy," she whispered. "You're part of this, some kind of cult, some kind of experiment." "Look at the bottle, Sarah," I said. I didn't know her name, but the light told me. It was written in the way she held her shoulders, in the way she breathed. She looked down at the soda bottle in her hand. The liquid inside wasn't brown or clear. It was pulsing with a rhythmic crimson glow. As she watched, the glass began to soften, turning into something that looked like translucent skin. She dropped it and it didn't shatter. It landed with a wet thud and began to slowly crawl across the floor, seeking a shadow. She screamed then, a long, raw sound that should have woken the town, but Oak Haven only absorbed it. The walls of the store seemed to pulse in sympathy with her vocal cords. "It's not an experiment," I said. "It's a memory. This whole place is a memory that refused to fade, and now it's your memory too." I stood up and walked toward the front of the store. The first night is the hardest. You'll try to sleep in your car, but you won't be able to. You'll hear the voices of the people you left behind, but they'll sound like they're underwater. By tomorrow, you'll start to see the beauty in it. The way the red light makes everything honest. No more secrets, Sarah. No more lies, just the rhythm. I stepped out onto the sidewalk. The man in the long coat was standing by the pole now. He wasn't looking at me. He was looking up at the glass housing, his eyeless face bathed in that magnificent, terrifying glow. He looked like a priest at an altar. I walked toward him, leaving Sarah in the store. She would come out eventually. She would wander the streets until her shoes wore through, and then she would find a porch of her own. Maybe the one I had just vacated. As I reached the base of the pole, the man in the coat turned to me. He held out the Polaroid camera. The photo he had taken of me earlier was fully developed now. I looked at it. It wasn't a picture of a man. It was a picture of a light, a brilliant, jagged streak of red shaped like a human heart, suspended in a void of perfect black. "You see," he said, his voice a vibration in the soles of my feet. "The image remains, even when the subject is gone." "Am I gone?" I asked. "You are becoming," he replied. "The town needs more than just one eye, David. It needs a chorus. It needs a witness for every soul that wanders in." He pointed toward the motel. I saw the curtains in room 104 twitch. A face peered out. A man I recognized from a missing persons poster I'd seen years ago in a gas station in Nevada. He looked peaceful. He looked like he had finally finished a very long race. The hum of the pole increased in pitch, a rising shriek that made the very air vibrate. I felt my skin begin to itch again, the sensation of 1,000 tiny needles pricking my surface. I looked down at my arms and saw the red veins moving, shifting, weaving themselves into a pattern that matched the grain of the wooden buildings around me. I wasn't just a resident of Oakhaven. I was becoming the architecture. My thoughts were the rafters. My memories were the dust in the corners. I felt myself expanding, my consciousness stretching out to touch the rusted swing set in the park, the cracked pavement of the interstate that no longer led anywhere, the cold, silent engines of the cars parked along the curb. I looked back at the general store. Sarah was standing in the doorway now. She wasn't screaming anymore. She was looking up at the pole, her eyes wide and fixed. The red light was reflected in her pupils, two tiny sparks that were beginning to grow, beginning to web across her irises. She looked at me, and for the first time, she didn't see a stranger. She saw the truth. She saw the same light that was starting to burn at the back of her own brain. I raised my hand, but I didn't wave. I reached out, and for a moment, the distance between us vanished. I felt her fear, her confusion, and then I felt them begin to dissolve, replaced by the heavy, rhythmic certainty of the pulse. 1, 2, 3, 4. The sun, or whatever passed for the sun in the world outside, must have been rising because the sky began to pale. But it didn't turn blue. It turned a dusty, bruised mauve. The shadows didn't retreat. They simply became more solid, more permanent. The man in the long coat started to walk away, his figure blurring into the haze of the desert. "Keep watch, David," he said, his voice fading into the sound of the wind. "The light must never go out. If the light goes out, the world forgets, and to be forgotten is the only true death." I climbed back onto the porch of the house. It felt right. This was my station. I sat in the old rocking chair, which didn't move but felt like it was constantly swaying in a phantom breeze. I watched Sarah. She walked to her car, reached inside, and turned off the headlights. The white light died, and the relief was instantaneous. The world felt whole again, draped in its crimson shroud. She sat down on the curb, her head resting in her hands, and I knew she was listening to the heartbeat. I knew she was waiting for the first rotation of the day to show her something she had lost. I closed my eyes, or I performed the mental action that used to mean closing my eyes, and I didn't see darkness. I saw the town. I saw every grain of sand, every rusted nail, every flickering shadow. I saw the man in the truck, miles away now, screaming as he looked into his rearview mirror and saw only a red eye staring back at him. I saw the people in the cities, living their thin, fragile lives, unaware that the bones of their world were already turning to red dust. I was Oakhaven, and Oakhaven was the truth. As the light swept over me again, I felt a deep, resonant pull in my chest. I wasn't waiting anymore. I was the wait. I was the silence between the heartbeats. I was the red light in the empty town, and for the first time in my life, I knew exactly where I was going. Nowhere, and it was beautiful. I leaned back against the wall of the house, my form blending into the peeling paint, my heartbeat syncing perfectly with the rotation of the glass high above. The next car would be here soon. I could already feel the vibration of its tires on the edge of the dream. I would be here to greet them. I would be here to show them the color of forever. The spark wasn't just in me anymore. I was the spark, and the night was just beginning to show me what lay beyond the red. The new car was a deep, bruised blue, though under the rhythmic strobe of the tower it looked like a block of moving coal. It didn't stop where Sarah's car had died. It crept past the general store, its tires crunching over the glass of the soda bottle she had dropped. The driver was cautious, perhaps more than most. I could feel the vibration of the brake pads gripping the rotors, a frantic, mechanical stutter that mirrored the driver's pulse. I watched from the porch, my rocking chair merged with the wood of the floorboards. I was no longer sure where my legs ended and the grain of the cedar began. It didn't matter. Movement was a vestige of a frantic world. a world that measured success by the distance traveled. Here, distance was an illusion maintained by the light. You could walk for miles into the desert and find yourself standing exactly where you began, facing the same rusted swing set, the same peeling sign for the motel. The town didn't let you leave. It simply expanded to accommodate your flight. The blue car came to a halt in front of the house. The headlights flickered once, twice, and then surrendered. A man stepped out. He was older, his face a map of disappointments etched in deep lines around a mouth that looked like it had forgotten how to whistle. He wore a suit that was too large for him, the fabric hanging limp in the stagnant air. He didn't call out like Sarah had. He didn't scream. He simply stood by the open door of his car and looked up at the spinning red eye. "I knew it," he whispered. His voice didn't carry the reed-thin panic of the young. It carried the heavy, leaden weight of a man who had finally found the cliff he had been looking for. "I knew it wouldn't be a heaven. I knew it would be this." I felt the red pulse in my chest flare in recognition. He wasn't a victim of a wrong turn. He was a seeker who had run out of road. "It's whatever you need it to be," I said. My voice was the wind through the eaves, the settling of the foundation. He turned toward the porch. He couldn't see me clearly. I was a smudge of crimson shadow against the darker red of the house, but he felt the presence. He walked toward the steps, his gait stiff, his shoes clicking with a finality that made the dust dance. "Is there a room?" he asked, stopping at the bottom step. "I've been driving since the 60s. I'd like to sit down now." "There are many rooms," I told him, "but you don't need a key. You just need to stop resisting the color." He looked at his hands. In the wash of the red light, the liver spots on his skin looked like holes, dark voids where his history was leaking out. He climbed the stairs and sat on the top step, leaning his back against the railing. He didn't look at me. He looked out at the empty street, at Sarah, who was still sitting on the curb, her head tilted back, her mouth open as if to drink the light. "Who is she?" the old man asked. "She's the morning," I said, "and you are the evening. The town needs both to complete the cycle." The man nodded, a slow, rhythmic movement that began to sync with the rotation of the light. 1, 2, 3, 4. I felt the town breathe again. It was a massive, subterranean inhalation that pulled the heat from the air and replaced it with a cold, static-filled chill. The red light wasn't just illumination. It was a medium. It was a thick, syrupy ether that filled the lungs and turned the blood into liquid garnet. In the distance, the man in the long coat appeared again. He was walking through the desert, but he wasn't kicking up any dust. He moved with a terrifying smoothness, his silhouette cutting a hole in the mauve sky. He was carrying something, a long, jagged piece of metal that looked like a shard of the horizon. He stopped at the edge of the town, where the pavement gave way to the sagebrush. He drove the shard into the ground. It didn't crunch into the earth. It slid in with a sound like a blade through silk. As soon as the metal touched the soil, the ground beneath the blue car began to ripple. The car didn't sink, it began to dissolve. The metal turned to rust, the rust to dust, and the dust to a fine red mist that was sucked upward toward the spinning eye. Within seconds, the street was empty again. There was no sign that a blue sedan had ever existed, no oil leaks, no tire tracks. Only the old man on my porch remained, a witness to his own erasure. "It's tidying up," the old man remarked, his voice growing thinner, more translucent. "It doesn't like the clutter of the world." "The world is noise," I agreed. "Oakhaven is the signal." I felt a sudden, sharp pang of memory. I remembered the smell of rain on hot asphalt. I remembered the sound of a woman's laugh, not the hollow, echoing laugh of the light, but a warm, messy human sound. I remembered the weight of a wedding ring on my finger. I looked down at my hand. The ring was gone, not just lost, but never there. The skin of my finger was smooth, unbroken by the marks of a life lived in the sun. The memory flickered like a dying bulb and then went out. It didn't hurt. It felt like a tooth being pulled, a moment of pressure and then a vast, cool relief. "What happens when the town is full?" the old man asked. He was staring at Sarah now. She had stood up and was walking toward the motel, her movements fluid and hypnotic. She didn't look lost anymore. She looked like she was coming home. "The town is never full," I said, "because we aren't residents. We are the town. Every person who arrives is another brick, another shingle, another pane of glass. When there are enough of us, the light will expand. It will reach the next town, and the one after that, until the whole world is Oakhaven." The old man chuckled, a dry, rattling sound. "A red world, no more blue, no more green, just the pulse." "Just the pulse," I whispered. The man in the long coat was moving again. He was walking toward the tower now, his head bowed. As he reached the base of the pole, the spinning eye slowed. The red beam widened, becoming a solid wall of color that draped over the town like a heavy velvet curtain. The silence became absolute. The wind stopped. The shifting sand froze. Even the heartbeat seemed to pause, holding its breath at the top of the peak. In that silence, I heard a new sound. It wasn't a car. It wasn't a voice. It was a scratching, a frantic, rhythmic scraping coming from inside the house behind me. I turned my head. It was a difficult movement, my neck feeling like rusted iron. I looked through the screen door into the darkened hallway where I had first seen the photo of the Tacoma. The walls were moving. The wallpaper was peeling back in long, wet strips, revealing not lath and plaster, but something that looked like muscle. The house was waking up. It was hungry, but it didn't want meat. It wanted meaning. It wanted the stories we carried. The old man on the steps felt it too. He stiffened, his eyes widening. "It's taking it," he gasped. "It's taking the 60s. It's taking the war. It's taking my daughter's face." "Let it," I said, though I felt a phantom terror clawing at the back of my mind. "It's easier if you don't hold on." "I can't," he cried, his voice suddenly loud and jagged. "I didn't come here to disappear. I came here to be seen." He scrambled to his feet, his hands clutching at his chest as if he could keep his memories from spilling out. He turned to run, to head back toward the void where his car had been, but the steps were no longer there. The porch had extended, the woods stretching out into an infinite flat plain that merged with the red horizon. He ran, but he wasn't moving. He was a figure on a treadmill, his legs pumping furiously while the house watched him with its sightless, windowed eyes. The man in the long coat looked up from the base of the tower. He raised the Polaroid camera and snapped a shutter. The flash was white, a blinding, offensive shock of purity that cut through the red like a scalpel. The old man froze. He didn't fall. He simply stopped, his body becoming rigid, his skin turning the color of weathered bone. He became a statue, a permanent fixture of the porch, his face locked in a scream of realization. The man in the long coat walked toward the porch. He didn't climb the steps. He simply appeared at the top. He reached out and touched the old man's shoulder. The statue crumbled, not into dust, but into a pile of red glass marbles that rolled across the floorboards, clicking against one another with a cheerful, musical sound. The man in the long coat looked at me. He didn't have a face, but I felt his scrutiny. It was a cold, clinical gaze that stripped away the last of my pretenses. "He wasn't ready," the man said. His voice was no longer a vibration. It was a clear, melodic tone that seemed to come from the tower itself. He wanted to be the observer. In Oakhaven, you must be the observed. He held out the new photo. I looked at it. It was a picture of a marble, a single red marble sitting on a wooden floor. "And you, David," he asked, "are you ready to be more than a watcher?" I looked at the marbles rolling around my feet. I looked at Sarah, who was now standing on the roof of the motel, her arms outstretched as if she were about to fly. I looked at the red eye, which had begun to spin again, faster and faster, until the world was nothing but a blur of crimson. "I don't know," I said. "I still remember the smell of the rain." "The rain is a lie the sky tells the earth," the man said. "The red is the only truth the earth tells itself." He stepped closer, and I realized he wasn't wearing a coat at all. His body was made of the same dark, shifting static as the desert night. He was a hole in the world, a silhouette carved out of the fundamental darkness that existed before the first light was ever struck. "The Tacoma is gone, David," he said. "The wife is a ghost of a ghost. The town is all there is. It is the beginning and the end. It is the red light in the empty town." He reached out his hand, and I felt the itching in my eyes reach a fever pitch. It wasn't a shell cracking anymore. It was an explosion. The world shattered. I wasn't on the porch anymore. I was in the tower. I was the glass. I was the bulb. I was the electricity humming through the wires. I was the red beam that swept over the desert, searching for the next car, the next soul, the next memory to harvest. I saw the town from above. It was beautiful. It was a perfect geometric heart, pulsing in the center of a dead world. I saw Sarah on the roof, her skin turning to glass. I saw the man in the long coat walking toward the horizon, his silhouette growing larger until he eclipsed the stars. And then I saw it. On the very edge of my vision, where the red light faded into the absolute black of the outer void, I saw a flicker. It wasn't red, it wasn't white, it was a pale, sickly green. A radio tower, a real one. It was miles away, a tiny, blinking needle in the dark. It represented a world that still had clocks, a world that still had seasons, a world that still had gravity that didn't pull toward a crimson center. For a moment, the David that used to exist, the man who drove a Tacoma and liked his coffee black, felt a surge of desperate, agonizing hope. I tried to turn the light toward it. I tried to focus the beam, to use the tower as a signal fire, to scream across the void to whoever was sitting in a darkened room near that green light. But the tower wouldn't move. The gears were locked in their 4-beat rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4. The red light swept over the green flicker, and for a second the green turned a muddy, sickly brown. Then it was gone, swallowed by the rotation. I felt the man in the long coat laugh. It wasn't a sound. It was a cold wave of pressure that washed through my circuits. "There is no green, David," he whispered into the marrow of my consciousness. "There is only the red you see and the black you fear. Choose the red." I looked down at the town again. Sarah was gone. In her place, a new street lamp had appeared in front of the motel, its light a steady, unwavering crimson. The house with the porch was gone. In its place was a flat, empty lot covered in red grit. I realized then that the town wasn't building itself out of us. It was consuming us to maintain the illusion of itself. We weren't the bricks. We were the fuel. The itching in my eyes stopped. I didn't have eyes. I had lenses. I looked out at the highway. A new set of headlights was appearing in the distance. They were faint, trembling, and full of a pathetic human hope. I felt a surge of predatory joy. I didn't want to save them. I didn't want to warn them. I wanted them to come closer. I wanted them to see the beauty of the eye. I wanted to watch the moment their world turned red. I was the light now, and the light always comes home. I adjusted my rotation. I slowed the gears just enough to let the beam linger on the approaching car. I wanted them to see the glow. I wanted them to wonder if it was a campfire or a radio tower. I wanted them to take the wrong turn. "Welcome," I whispered, the sound vibrating through every rusted pipe and sagging timber in Oakhaven. "We've been waiting for you." The car hit the red grit and the engine began to labor. I watched as the driver slowed down, his face illuminated by the first wash of my beam. He was young. He had a camera around his neck. I smiled, and the town of Oakhaven breathed in. The light swept over him, and I saw his shadow stretch out, long and hungry, reaching for the open door of the general store. The cycle was perfect. The rhythm was absolute. 1, 2, 3, 4. I waited for the next rotation, my heart of glass beating with a fury that outshone the stars. The world was narrowing, and I was the needle at the center of the compass. There was no more rain. There was no more Boise. There was only the red and the beautiful, eternal emptiness of the town. The young man's car was a white hatchback, a utilitarian bubble that looked absurdly fragile against the jagged geometry of the salt flats. As he crossed the invisible threshold where the asphalt surrendered to Oakhaven's red dust, I felt his confusion like a physical itch. He was squinting, his hand rising to the rearview mirror as if he could adjust the world back into focus. He didn't know that the mirror was already lying to him. Behind him, there was no road left, only a shimmering haze of heat and the long, lengthening shadow of the tower I had become. I watched him through the many eyes of the town. I saw him through the cracked window of the general store. I saw him through the distorted glass of the telephone booth that led nowhere. I saw him through the very light I cast upon his windshield. He pulled to a stop exactly where the old man's blue sedan had vanished. To him, the ground was solid, a bit dusty perhaps, but stable. He couldn't feel the way the earth beneath his tires was vibrating with a low-frequency hunger, a subaudible hum that acted like a solvent on the concept of elsewhere. He killed the engine. The silence that followed was not the absence of sound, but a heavy, pressurized thing. It rushed into the cabin of his car, filling his ears with the sound of his own blood. He sat there for a long time, his hands gripped tight at 10 and 2 on the steering wheel. I could see his knuckles, white, then red, then white again as I rotated. 1, 2, 3, 4. He opened the door. The chime of his car, that rhythmic ding, ding, ding asterisk, was the only thing that felt real. It was a tether to a world of seatbelts and oil changes and grocery lists. But as he stepped out, the chime began to warp. The pitch dropped, stretching out into a mournful, metallic groan that mimicked the wind. He didn't seem to notice. He was looking at the tower. He raised his camera. It was an old Leica, a piece of machinery that relied on the physical properties of silver and light to capture a moment. I felt a surge of cold amusement. He wanted to take a piece of this place with him. He didn't understand that Oakhaven doesn't give, it only translates. He peered through the viewfinder. I saw myself through his lens, a blinding crimson sun perched atop a skeletal finger of steel. He adjusted the aperture, his fingers moving with practiced ease. He clicked the shutter. In that instant, I felt the capture. It wasn't just an image. He had tried to freeze a piece of the red eternity, and in doing so, he had invited it in. I saw the light travel through his lens, past the shutter, and onto the film, but it didn't stop there. It bled through the back of the camera, through his palms, and into his nervous system. He gasped, dropping the Leica. It dangled from the strap around his neck, swinging like a pendulum. "What is this place?" he whispered. I didn't answer with words. I answered with the rotation. I swept the beam over him again, and this time I let the heat of it linger. I wanted him to feel the weight of the color. I wanted him to understand that red was not a description here. It was a physical law. He began to walk. He didn't head toward the motel or the houses. He walked toward the tower. He was a moth, and I was the flame that had replaced his soul. As he walked, his footsteps made no sound. The red grit swallowed the impact, muffling the world until the only thing he could hear was the rotation of my gears. Clack-word, clack-word. I looked past him, out toward the horizon where I had seen the green flicker of the radio tower. It was gone now. The void had deepened, turning from a dark indigo to a flat, matte black that looked like the back of a mirror. There was no out there anymore. Oakhaven was expanding, its borders pushing into the nothingness, claiming the vacuum in the name of the light. The man in the long coat appeared beside the young man. He didn't walk out from behind a building. He simply occupied the space that had been empty a second before. He looked taller now, his silhouette stretching upward until his head seemed to brush the low, violet clouds. The young man didn't scream. He didn't even look surprised. He just stopped and stared at the figure of static. "Is it always like this?" the young man asked. His voice was becoming thin, the timbre of it losing its resonance, sounding more like a recording of a voice than the thing itself. "It is always," the man in the long coat replied. He reached out and touched the camera hanging from the youth's neck. "You came to see. Now you will be the sight." The young man nodded slowly. He reached up and unclipped the camera strap. He handed the Leica to the man in the long coat. It was a surrender. As soon as the camera left his hands, the young man's edges began to blur. His flannel shirt started to lose its pattern, the reds and blacks merging into a single, vibrating shade of crimson. His jeans became the color of dried blood. "I had a gallery opening in October," the young man said, his eyes fixed on the spinning light above. "I was going to show the series on abandoned spaces. I thought this was just another one." "There are no abandoned spaces," I whispered through the hum of the tower. "Only spaces waiting to be filled." I felt the young man's memories beginning to drift toward me. They were like sparks rising from a fire. I saw a girl in a yellow dress standing under an oak tree. I saw a rainy street in Seattle. I saw a dog sleeping in a patch of sunlight on a kitchen floor. I reached out with the beam and caught them. I didn't just see them, I tasted them. The yellow dress was sweet like overripe peaches. The rain was metallic and cold. The dog's fur smelled of dust and sleep. I pulled them into the light. I processed them, stripping away the names and the dates, leaving only the raw, sensory data. I used the yellow of the dress to sharpen the edge of the red. I used the rain to cool the friction of my gears. I used the dog's sleep to deepen the silence of the streets. The young man was shrinking, not in size but in presence. He was becoming a sketch of a person, a charcoal drawing caught in a windstorm. "It doesn't hurt," he remarked, his voice now a mere vibration in the air. "I thought it would hurt to forget, but it's just quiet." "Quiet is the goal," the man in the long coat said. He raised the Leica and pointed it at the young man. He didn't take a photo. He squeezed the camera and the metal began to groan and twist. It melted in his hands, turning into a thick black fluid that dripped onto the sand. Where it hit the ground, a new structure began to rise. It was a small, square building with no windows and a single door, a dark room. The young man walked toward the door. He didn't resist. He looked like a man entering a dream he had been having his entire life. He stepped inside, and the door vanished behind him. The man in the long coat turned to look up at me. "3 more, David. The town needs a set of 12 to stabilize the next expansion. You are doing well. You are learning to harvest without breaking the crop." I felt a tremor of something like pride, though it was cold and hollow. I wasn't David anymore. David was a ghost who used to live in a house that was now a pile of red glass marbles. I was the light. I was the eye. But deep within the core of my machinery, in the place where the ghost of David still flickered, there was a question. Who is the man in the long coat? He didn't belong to the light. He wasn't consumed by it, and he wasn't made of it. He was the shadow that the light cast. He was the architect of the eye, the one who had built the tower and set the gears in motion. If the light was the truth, then he was the mouth that spoke it. I turned my beam away from him, sweeping it back toward the highway. I wanted to find the next one. I wanted to finish the set. I wanted the expansion to happen so that the green flicker of the radio tower would finally be extinguished. It bothered me. It was a blemish on the perfect red canvas of my world. It was a reminder that there was still a place where things decayed, where people grew old, where the light didn't stay the same. In Oakhaven, nothing decayed. The houses didn't rot. They simply became more like the idea of a house. The people didn't die, they became the architecture. It was a static, frozen perfection. A museum of moments curated by a spinning red eye. I saw the next set of lights. These were different. They weren't white or yellow. They were blue and red, flashing in a frantic, syncopated rhythm. A police car. It was coming fast, its tires screaming on the asphalt as it hit the grit. It didn't slow down like the others. It was a spear of authority, piercing the silence of the desert. I felt the man in the long coat stiffen. For the first time, he looked expectant. The police car skidded to a halt, its siren dying with a pathetic, winding down moan. The blue and red strobes of the light bar clashed with my own steady crimson beam, creating a chaotic purple haze that made the air look like it was bruised. Two men stepped out. They had guns drawn, their movements tactical and sharp. They were looking for the young man, or Sarah, or maybe me. They were looking for something they could categorize, something they could arrest or shoot. "State police, put your hands up," one of them yelled. His voice was loud, a jagged intrusion into the sanctity of the silence. I felt a surge of irritation. They were trying to impose the rules of the world on a place that had already rewritten them. I didn't wait for the man in the long coat to act. I took control. I focused the beam. I stopped the rotation. I poured every watt of my existence into a single, concentrated spear of red light. I aimed it directly at the police car. The light hit the light bar first. The blue and red strobes didn't just go out, they were absorbed. The plastic housings melted, and the light within turned a deep, resonant crimson. Then the beam hit the windshield. The glass didn't shatter. It turned into a mirror, reflecting the officers' own terrified faces back at them, but distorted, their features elongated, their eyes glowing with the same red fire as the tower. One of the officers fired his weapon. The bullet didn't travel through the air. As soon as it left the barrel, it slowed down, the lead turning into a liquid droplet that hung suspended in the thick, red ether. It looked like a tear of mercury. "It's not working," the officer screamed. He dropped the gun and it didn't hit the ground. It drifted away, floating on the heavy atmosphere like a piece of driftwood on a tide. I felt their fear. It was sharp and acidic, a different flavor than the others. It was the fear of men who realized that their power was an illusion, that their badges were just pieces of tin, and their laws were just whispers in a hurricane. I began the rotation again, but faster this time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. The world began to strobe. The police car began to flicker, its metal body becoming translucent. I could see the engine, the upholstery, the wiring, all of it turning into a skeletal map of itself. The officers tried to run, but the ground was no longer sand. It was a liquid. They were wading through a sea of red mercury, their movements slow and agonizing. I saw the man in the long coat walk toward them. He looked like a giant now, his shadow covering the entire street. He didn't use a camera this time. He just opened his arms. "You seek order," he said, his voice echoing through the very bones of the town. Oak Haven is the ultimate order. There is no crime here. There is no chaos. There is only the pulse. The two officers stopped struggling. Their faces went slack. Their uniforms began to unravel, the threads turning into fine, red mist that was sucked toward the tower. I felt them being pulled in. They weren't going to be houses or street lamps. They were going to be the walls. They were going to be the barrier that kept the world out. As they dissolved, I felt the town expand. The horizon jumped. The black void retreated another mile. I saw more houses appear, rows of identical, white-walled cottages with red-tiled roofs, stretching out into the desert. I saw a playground with a set of swings that moved in perfect unison with my rotation. I saw a fountain that poured red glass instead of water. The town was growing, it was healthy, it was hungry. And I was the heart of it. But as the expansion slowed and the new streets settled into the red grit, I looked back at the spot where the police car had been. There was something left behind. It was a radio, a small black walkie-talkie lying in the dust. It hadn't dissolved, it hadn't turned into glass. And it was making a noise. A voice was coming through the static. It was faint, distorted by the miles and the dimensions, but it was there. Copy, respond. We have units missing in Sector 7. Does anyone? The voice was human. It was frantic. It was full of the messy, chaotic energy of the world I had left behind. I stared at the radio with my great red eye. I wanted to destroy it. I wanted to melt it into the sand. But I didn't. I felt a strange, phantom sensation in my non-existent chest, a resonance. I remembered a name, not my own, not David. I remembered a name that belonged to the voice on the radio. Miller. I knew Miller. He had been my partner. We had shared coffee in a stakeout car in a city that was now a smudge of gray memory. We had talked about our kids. We had complained about the heat. The memory hit me like a physical blow. The red light flickered. For a fraction of a second, the tower wasn't a tower. It was a pole in a desert, and I was a man trapped in a cage of glass, screaming into the wind. The man in the long coat turned. He looked at the radio, and then he looked up at me. "The noise persists," he said. His voice was no longer melodic. It was sharp like a shard of ice. "Silence it, David." I tried. I focused the beam on the radio. I wanted to burn it. But the voice wouldn't stop. "David, if you're out there, we're coming. We found the tracks. Just hold on." They were coming. The world of green and blue was trying to find its way back into the red. They were following the trail of the lost, the breadcrumbs of memory that I hadn't been able to fully digest. I felt a surge of terror, not for myself, but for them. If they came here, they would be consumed. They would become the bricks and the shingles. They would become the silence. And yet a part of me, the part that still smelled the rain, wanted them to come. I wanted them to break the gears. I wanted them to shatter the glass and let the darkness back in. I looked at the man in the long coat. He was walking toward the radio, his hand reaching out to crush it. I made a choice. I didn't rotate, I jerked. I threw the beam of light away from the radio and toward the man in the long coat. The red light hit him, and for the first time, he wasn't a shadow. He was a man, an old man with tired eyes and a suit that didn't fit. He looked exactly like the man who had arrived in the blue car, and the young man with the camera, and me. He was all of us. He was the first one who had stayed. He was the one who had built the first house to keep the wind out, and then the tower to keep the light in. He blinked in the glare of the beam, his form flickering. "You're making a mistake," he whispered. "The world is cold, David. The world is full of endings. Here, we are forever." "I don't want to be forever," I screamed through the vibration of the steel. "I want to be finished." I pushed the light harder. I felt the glass of my lens beginning to crack. The heat was becoming unbearable. The tower was shaking, the foundations groaning as I fought against the 4-beat rhythm. 1, 2, 3. I wouldn't let it hit 4. The man in the long coat began to dissolve, not into red dust, but into white light. He was the source. He was the original spark that had been captured by the red. As he vanished, the tower began to tilt. The red light flared, becoming a blinding, incandescent white that swallowed the town, the desert, and the sky. The silence was broken. A roar like 1,000 jet engines filled my ears. I saw the houses crumbling. I saw Sarah and the young man and the officers being released from the architecture, their forms becoming solid and human for a brief, shining moment before they were swept away by the gale of white light. And then the blackness returned. It wasn't the empty void of Oakhaven. It was the cool, damp blackness of a desert night. I felt myself falling. I wasn't the light anymore. I was a weight. I was a body. I hit the sand. It was cold. It was gritty. It smelled of sagebrush and rain. I lay there for a long time, my breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. I could feel my heart beating. It wasn't a 4-beat rhythm. It was a messy, uneven human throb. I opened my eyes. The tower was gone. The town was gone. In front of me, there was only the highway, a silver ribbon under the light of a pale, distant moon. And there, a few yards away, was the radio. It was cracked and silent, its battery dead. I looked up at the sky. The stars were back. They weren't red. They were white and blue and yellow, tiny pinpricks of light in a vast, indifferent universe. I stood up, my legs shaking. I looked at my hands. They were pale in the moonlight. The ring finger was bare, but there was a faint, white mark where a ring had once been. I started to walk. I didn't know where I was going, but for the first time in a long time, I knew I was moving forward. Behind me, in the far distance, I saw a flicker. It wasn't red, it was green. The radio tower. I walked toward it and I didn't look back. But as I reached the edge of the asphalt, I felt a sudden, sharp itch in the back of my eyes. I blinked, and for a split second, the world turned red. The town was still there. It was just waiting. It was the silence between my heartbeats. It was the shadow under my feet. Oak Haven wasn't a place you could leave. It was a place you carried. I kept walking, but I knew. The night was just beginning. The asphalt felt different under my boots, less like a solid foundation and more like a scab stretched over something raw. Every step was a negotiation with gravity. My muscles ached with a deep, rhythmic throb that mimicked the 4-beat pulse of the tower, a phantom limb of sensation that refused to sever. I was David again, or at least I was the shape of him, but the air inside my lungs felt thin, like I was breathing the exhaust of a dream. I reached the radio tower by dawn. It wasn't the majestic, terrifying spire of my transformation. It was a rusted, skeletal thing, draped in dead vines and surrounded by a chain-link fence that had surrendered to the encroaching dunes. The green light I had seen from the heights of my red fever was nothing more than a navigational strobe, a rhythmic blink meant to warn away low-flying planes. It was mundane. It was small. I slumped against the fence, the cold wire biting into my shoulder blades. I waited for the sun to burn away the lingering crimson of my vision, but the horizon didn't turn gold. It stayed a bruised, heavy gray. David. The voice didn't come from a radio. It came from behind a clump of saltbrush. I didn't reach for a gun I no longer carried. I didn't flare with light. I simply turned my head, my neck cracking with the sound of dry parchment. Miller stepped into the clearing. He looked older than the memory I had harvested from the police car's ghost. His uniform was rumpled, his face etched with the kind of exhaustion that comes from searching for something you're afraid to find. He held a thermos in one hand and a heavy-duty flashlight in the other. He wasn't tactical, he was desperate. Miller, I croaked. The name felt like a stone in my mouth. He stopped 10 feet away, his eyes scanning me with a mixture of horror and relief. Jesus, Dave, we've been circling this sector for 3 days. The GPS went haywire. We found your cruiser abandoned near the dry wash, but there weren't even footprints, just melted glass. 3 days. To me, it had been 1,000 years of rotation. I looked down at my hands. They were caked in a fine, rust-colored dust that didn't brush off. It clung to the creases of my skin like dried blood. The others, I said, my voice gaining a bit of its old resonance. The kid with the camera, the girl in the yellow dress. Did you find them? Miller's expression shifted from relief to a guarded, professional concern. He took a step closer, clicking on his flashlight even though the sun was beginning to bleed through the overcast sky. The beam hit me and I flinched. To his eyes, it was just light. To me, it was a probe, a blunt instrument trying to find the gears behind my ribs. Dave, there is no girl. There hasn't been a missing persons report for a yellow dress in this county for 20 years, Miller said softly. And the photographer, we found a Leica in the sand about 5 miles back. It was crushed. Looked like someone ran it over with a tank, but no body, no tracks. He's in the darkroom, I whispered. Miller reached for his shoulder mic, his thumb hovering over the button. Dispatch, this is Miller. I have visual on Deputy Ward. He's disoriented, requesting medical transport to my location, Sector 7. Don't, I said, standing up. The movement was too fluid, too precise. I felt the town inside me shudder, a row of houses settling deeper into the silt of my subconscious. If they come here, the perimeter will reset. The man in the long coat, he's looking for 12. He only has 9. Miller froze. Dave, you're not making sense. There's no one out here but us. It's an empty town. Oak Haven was condemned in the 50s after the mines collapsed. It's a ghost map. It doesn't exist anymore. It exists because we look at it, I said. I started walking toward him and he instinctively backed away. It hurt to see him fear me, but the hurt was a dull, distant thing, muffled by the red velvet of my memory. He told me I was the I, Miller, but I think I was just the shutter. I let the light in and now it won't go out. I reached out, wanting to touch his shoulder to feel the warmth of a living man, but as my hand entered the beam of his flashlight, the dust on my skin began to glow. Not bright, but a low, vibrating crimson that hummed in the frequency of a heartbeat. Miller saw it. He dropped the thermos. The plastic cracked on a rock, spilling lukewarm coffee that looked, for a terrifying second, like the dark fluid that had birthed the darkroom. "What happened to you?" Miller breathed, his hand dropping to his holster. "I stabilized," I said. The word came from the tower, not from David. "I curated, I preserved." I looked past him back toward the horizon where the void should have been. The sun was up now, a pale, sickly disk behind the clouds, but beneath the daylight, I could see the overlapping reality. I saw the white cottages shimmering like heat haze over the desert floor. I saw the playground swings moving in a wind that didn't exist. The town hadn't vanished when the tower fell. It had simply folded. It was a pop-up book that had been closed, waiting for the right hand to turn the page. And I was the hand. "Run, Miller," I said. "Get back to the car. Don't look in the rearview mirror. If you see a red light, close your eyes. Just keep driving until you smell the sea." "I'm not leaving you here, Dave. You're sick." "I'm not sick," I said, and as I spoke, the itch in my eyes returned. I didn't fight it this time. I let the blink happen. In the fraction of a second that my eyelids were closed, the world transformed. The rusted radio tower became a pillar of polished obsidian. The salt brush became rows of red glass marbles. Miller wasn't a man. He was a silhouette of static, a blueprint of a friend. I opened my eyes and the desert returned, but it was thinner now, frayed. "He's coming back," I said, looking at the space behind Miller. The man in the long coat didn't appear with a flash. He was simply there, standing by the fence, his silhouette stretching long and thin across the sand. He looked diminished, his coat was ragged, and his face was a blur of gray features, but he was patient. He held the crushed Leica in his hand. "The set is incomplete," the man said. His voice was a vibration in the ground, felt in the soles of my feet. "The expansion stalled. The void is leaking back in, David. Can't you feel the cold?" Miller spun around, drawing his weapon. He pointed it at the man in the long coat, but his eyes didn't focus. He was looking through him, seeing only the shimmering heat of the morning. "Who's there? Show yourself." "He can't see the architect," I told Miller. "He only sees the building." The man in the long coat stepped forward. With every step, the desert around him turned to red glass. The transformation was slow, a localized infection of reality. "The officers were a good start," the man said, ignoring Miller's shouts. "They provided the structural integrity for the walls, but we need a witness. We need someone to hold the camera." He held out the Leica. It wasn't crushed anymore. It was pristine, the lens reflecting a world that was entirely, perfectly red. "No," I said, stepping between the man and Miller. "I broke the cycle. I let them go." "You released the energy," the man corrected. "But the patterns remain. You can't unremember Oak Haven, David. You are the archive. Every face you saw, every smell you tasted, it's all archived in the marrow of your bones. You didn't destroy the town. You just took it home." I felt a sickening lurch in my stomach. I remembered the taste of the yellow dress, the smell of the sleeping dog. They weren't gone. They were inside me, compressed into the dark corners of my mind, waiting for the light to hit them. Miller was hyperventilating now. "Dave, who are you talking to? There's nobody there. We need to go now." He grabbed my arm, his grip tight and panicked. As soon as he touched me, the connection was made. A spark of red jumped from my skin to his sleeve. Miller yelled, pulling his hand back as if he'd been burned. A small patch of his tan uniform began to unravel, the threads turning into that familiar, fine red mist. "Stop it," I screamed, but it wasn't a sound. It was a pulse. The red light flared from my eyes, hitting the radio tower. The green strobe didn't stand a chance. It shattered, the glass falling like emerald rain, and as it hit the ground, it turned crimson. The man in the long coat smiled. It was a terrible, jagged expression. "The eye wants to see. The eye needs to see." "Miller, run!" I bellowed, but it was too late. The ground beneath Miller's feet began to liquefy. He sank to his knees, his boots disappearing into the red mercury of the street that was manifesting beneath us. He tried to fire his gun, but the weapon turned into a handful of dry sand that poured through his fingers. I looked at the man in the long coat. "Take me instead. Let him go and take the rest of me. I'll be the tower. I'll be the whole damn town. Just stop the expansion." "You are already the town, David," the man said, his voice echoing from the sky. "You are the streets, the houses, and the silence. But every town needs a population. Every museum needs a visitor." He tossed the Leica. It didn't fall. It drifted through the air, propelled by the 4-beat rhythm that was now shaking the very atmosphere. It landed in Miller's lap. Miller looked down at the camera. His face was losing its detail. His eyes were becoming flat, black circles. He reached out, his fingers trembling, and gripped the Leica. "Don't look through it," I cried. But Miller was a policeman. He was trained to observe. He was trained to find the truth. And the truth was right there, framed in the viewfinder. He raised the camera to his eye. Click. The sound was like a thunderclap. The desert vanished. The sun was snuffed out like a candle. We were back in the square. The red light was spinning above us, a frantic, screaming dervish of energy. The tower had regrown, taller and sharper than before, its steel girders pulsing with the lifeblood of the memories I had tried to purge. Miller stood 10 feet away from me. He wasn't Miller anymore. He was a statue of a man, his skin the color of twilight, his eyes fixed on the camera. He had become the 10th. The man in the long coat stood beside him, his hand resting on Miller's shoulder. 2 more, David. Just 2 more to stabilize the district. Then we can finally rest. I looked up at the light. I didn't feel pride this time. I didn't feel the cold hollow of the machine. I felt a weight, a crushing, unbearable responsibility. I had tried to be the hero. I had tried to break the gears, but all I had done was provide the town with more material. My rebellion had been just another movement in the symphony. My struggle was the friction that kept the engine warm. I looked at the horizon. The void was gone. Oakhaven now stretched as far as I could see, a sprawling, infinite suburb of red glass and white stone, silent and perfect. There were no cars on the highways, no children on the swings, just the light and the shadows it cast. I felt a new memory drifting toward me. It was a woman's voice. She was calling a name. "David, is that you?" It was Sarah, but it wasn't the Sarah I had processed. This was a new Sarah, a Sarah from a world that was still waking up, still drinking coffee, still unaware that the map was being rewritten. She was the 11th. I felt the gears in my chest begin to turn. The rotation started again. 1, 2, 3, 4. I didn't fight it. I couldn't. The red light was my breath, my blood, my God. I focused the beam, sweeping it out past the new borders of the town, searching for the headlights of the car she would be driving. I searched for the glint of her wedding ring. I searched for the sound of her tires on the grit. "I'm sorry," I whispered, the words vibrating through the steel of the tower. "Don't be sorry," the man in the long coat said, his voice fading as he merged back into the shadows. "Be the sight." I saw her, a small, silver sedan, kicking up dust on the old county road. She was slowing down, her brow furrowed as she looked at the GPS that was no longer showing a road. She was looking for her husband. She was looking for the man who had disappeared into the desert 3 days ago. I caught her in the beam. I didn't just see the car. I saw the way she gripped the steering wheel. I saw the photograph of us tucked into the sun visor. I saw the hope in her eyes, a bright, fragile thing that the red light was already beginning to dissolve. I felt the hunger of the town spike. The houses groaned in anticipation. The playground swings picked up speed. The fountain of red glass began to spray higher into the violet air. I was the eye, I was the light. And as I began to harvest the memory of our first anniversary, the smell of the ocean, the taste of cheap champagne, the way her hair felt against my cheek, I realized the final, terrifying truth of Oakhaven. The man in the long coat hadn't lied. The town was a museum of moments. But a museum is only a museum if someone is there to see it. And as Sarah's car slowed to a halt in the middle of a street that hadn't existed 10 minutes ago, I knew who the 12th would be. It wouldn't be a stranger. It wouldn't be a victim. It would be the part of me that was still David. The town needed a soul to power the expansion, a final sacrifice to turn the red light into something permanent, something that didn't need a tower. I watched her step out of the car. She looked up at me at the great, spinning red eye in the sky. She didn't scream. She didn't run. She just smiled. "David," she whispered, "I found you." The light hit her, and the world began to vibrate with a frequency so high it transcended sound. The red deepened until it was almost black, a color of infinite depth and absolute silence. The rotation stopped. The 4-beat rhythm merged into a single, continuous note. The expansion was complete. Oakhaven was no longer a town in the desert. The desert was now a part of Oakhaven. I felt my consciousness beginning to spread. I wasn't just the tower anymore. I was the pavement. I was the shingles. I was the air. I was the memory of the rain and the taste of the peaches. I was everything. And as the last fragment of David Ward was pulled into the light, I saw the man in the long coat one last time. He was standing at the edge of the town, looking out at the new horizon. He looked satisfied. He looked finished. He took off his coat and draped it over a fence post. Underneath, he wore a simple flannel shirt. He looked like a man who was finally going home. He walked toward one of the white cottages, the one with the red-tiled roof and the garden of glass marbles. He opened the door, stepped inside, and closed it behind him. The light stayed red. The town stayed silent. And somewhere, in a world that didn't know it was missing, a radio crackled one last time before falling still. "David, are you there?" There was no answer. There was only the pulse. The silence that followed the completion was not the absence of sound, but the presence of a weight so heavy it vibrated. I was no longer a man standing in a desert, and I was no longer a ghost inhabiting a tower. I was the geometry of the streets. I felt Sarah's footsteps not as a vibration on the pavement, but as a pulse against my own skin. Every intake of her breath was a draft moving through the hallways of the houses I had become. She stood in the center of the cul-de-sac, her silver sedan already beginning to mat over with the fine, rust-colored silt of the town's atmosphere. She looked at the house the man in the long coat had entered. It was a perfect replica of the home we had bought in the suburbs 3 years ago, down to the chipped paint on the doorframe where we'd moved the piano. But here, the wood was petrified. The glass in the windows didn't reflect the sky. It reflected the interior of her own mind. "David," she called out again. Her voice didn't travel through the air. It traveled through me. I tried to scream for her to run, but I had no throat. I tried to flash the red light as a warning, but the light was no longer a tool. It was the ambient temperature of existence. I was the son of this dying kingdom, and my only function was to illuminate the tragedy. Miller was still there, a few yards away from her, frozen in his posture of observation. To Sarah, he must have looked like a garden shaded in charcoal, a glitch in the scenery. She walked past him, her hand brushing his sleeve. Where she touched him, the static of his form smoothed out, momentarily becoming solid flesh before dissolving back into the red mist. She didn't seem to notice. She was mesmerized by the house. The man in the long coat, the architect, the flannel man, the ghost of Oakhaven, appeared at the window of the replica house. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like a tired father watching the rain. He beckoned to her. It wasn't a predatory gesture. It was an invitation to rest. Don't go in, I thought, and the streetlights of Oakhaven flickered in a frantic Morse code rhythm. Sarah, look at the sky. Look at what I've become. She looked up. For a second, her eyes met the great eye of the tower. I saw my reflection in her pupils, a jagged, terrifying spindle of light and rust. I saw the horror dawn on her, the realization that the husband she was looking for wasn't lost in the town. He was the town. The David she loved was the mortar between the bricks, the coldness in the shadows, the very air she was inhaling. She stumbled back, tripping over the curb. As she hit the ground, the red glass marbles in the gutter shattered, releasing a swarm of memories that weren't mine. They were hers. I felt them enter the archive. The smell of the perfume she wore on our wedding night, the sound of her mother's laughter, the specific sharp pain of a burnt finger from a stove she touched when she was 6. The town inhaled these things greedily. The white cottages grew taller. The playground equipment sprouted new slides, new swings, all made of that shimmering, translucent bone matter. The perimeter pushed out another mile, swallowing a cluster of real-world cacti and turning them into pillars of salt. You're hurting her, I groaned through the frequency of the radio waves. The man in the flannel shirt stepped out onto the porch. He looked at the tower, his expression one of mild disappointment. Growth is always painful, David. You remember the growing pains in your legs when you were a boy. This is no different. The world is too big, too chaotic. It's full of forgetting. Oakhaven is the cure for forgetting. She's not a record, I roared, and the ground buckled. A fissure opened in the street, revealing not dirt or stone, but a cavernous void filled with the discarded negatives of a billion lives. She's a person. Let her go. She is the 12th, the man said simply. She is the witness. Without her, the museum has no meaning. Without her, you are just a machine humming in the dark. She gives the light a reason to shine. Sarah scrambled to her feet, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She ran toward her car, but the silver sedan was no longer a vehicle. It had become a monument, its tires fused to the road, its engine turned into a nest of copper vipers. She pulled at the door handle, and it came away in her hand like dry bread. She turned and ran toward the edge of the town, toward the place where the desert used to be. But there was no edge anymore. Every direction she ran led back to the square. The geometry had looped. I was a closed circuit, a snake eating its own tail, and I was trapping her in the belly of my own grief. I saw her collapse in the middle of the intersection, sobbing, her hands over her ears to block out the rhythmic asterisk, thrum, 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 thrum asterisk of my heart. I couldn't take it. The sight of her breaking beneath the weight of my own existence was more than the architecture could bear. If I was the town, then I had the right to tear it down. If I was the light, I had the right to go dark. I began to pull. I didn't push outward, I reached inward. I grabbed the foundations of the houses with the phantom hands of my will. I gripped the steel of the tower and began to twist. I felt the protest of the man in the flannel shirt, a sharp, stinging cold in my center, but I ignored him. The red light began to flicker, not with the rhythm of the pulse, but with the erratic dying gasps of a broken bulb. "What are you doing?" the man shouted, his voice finally losing its calm. He stood in the street, his form flickering as the reality he'd built began to lose its coherence. "You'll erase everything. The officers, the girl, the photographer, they'll be nothing. Just dust in a dead desert." "Better to be dust than a ghost in your gallery," I hissed. I felt the houses groan. The white paint began to flake off, revealing the emptiness beneath. The red glass marbles turned back into gray stones. Miller's silhouette shattered into 1,000 shards of static and vanished. The Leica camera, still clutched in the hands of the statue man, melted into a puddle of lead. Sarah looked up, sensing the shift. The oppressive weight was lifting. The red sky was bruising into a deep, natural violet. The stars, the real stars, began to poke through the veil of the crimson fog. "David," she whispered, and this time she wasn't looking at the tower. She was looking at the air in front of her. I concentrated every ounce of the energy I had left, every spark of the red fever, into a single point. I didn't want to be the town anymore. I wanted to be a man for 5 seconds. I wanted to be a ghost with a face. The air shimmered. The dust swirled, guided by my desperate intent. For a heartbeat, a shape formed in the center of the street. It was a man in a rumpled deputy's uniform, his eyes tired, his hands covered in rust. I stood before her. I couldn't touch her. My hands were made of light and memory, but I could see her, really see her. "Run," I said. My voice was a rasp, a dying echo. "The car, the keys are in your pocket. The road is open, just go." "I won't leave you," she cried, reaching out. Her hand passed through my chest, and I felt a jolt of such intense, agonizing love that the tower behind me cracked from top to bottom. "I'm already gone, Sarah. I'm the archive now, but if you leave, if you forget this place, it dies. It needs you to remember it to stay solid. Don't remember it. Don't remember me like this." The man in the flannel shirt was screaming now, a sound like grinding metal. He was fading, his body becoming transparent, his house dissolving into a pile of salt. "You can't. The cycle must be 12. It must be 12. "The count is 0, I said. I turned back to the tower. It was the source. It was the anchor. I didn't try to shut it down. I overloaded it. I opened every valve, every channel, every hidden reservoir of the red light. I let it pour out of me in a blinding, vertical torrent. The world turned white. Not the white of a hospital room, but the white of a blank page. I felt the town of Oak Haven peel away from the desert floor like a scab. I felt the houses, the streets, the swings, and the silent dogs disintegrate into the void. I felt the man in the long coat vanish into the nothingness from which he'd crawled, his museum closed for lack of an audience. And then I felt Sarah. I felt her car tires hit the asphalt of the real County Road 12. I felt her gasp as the sun finally broke over the horizon, a genuine, golden sun that didn't pulse or hum. I felt her look into the rearview mirror and see nothing but an empty, dry wash and a rusted, fallen radio tower draped in dead vines. She was safe. The connection snapped. The weight was gone. The light was gone. I was no longer the town. I was no longer the I. I was a flicker of static in the atmosphere. I was the smell of ozone after a storm. I was a lingering thought in the mind of a woman driving toward the sea. I drifted over the desert. The ruins of the radio tower lay in a heap of orange iron. There were no red marbles, no white cottages, just the wind and the sand and the indifferent heat of the morning. I saw a glint in the dirt near the fence. It was a badge, Deputy Ward. I hovered over it for a moment, a ghost of a ghost. I wanted to pick it up, to feel the weight of the tin, but I had no hands. I was just a lingering frequency, a radio station with no one left to listen. But then I heard it. A low rhythmic sound. 1, 2, 3, 4. It wasn't coming from the tower. It wasn't coming from the man in the long coat. It was coming from the ground. Deep beneath the sand, in the collapsed mines of the real Oak Haven, something was still breathing. Something was waiting for a new eye to open. The red light hadn't been destroyed. It had just been buried. I looked toward the horizon where Sarah's car was a disappearing speck. I prayed she would keep driving. I prayed she would never look back. Because I knew, with the cold certainty of the machine I had once been, that the town wasn't gone. It was just an empty page, waiting for a new story to be written in blood and light. I sank into the sand, letting my consciousness fade into the heat haze. I would stay here. I would be the guard at the gate of nothingness. I would be the silence that kept the pulse from being heard. But as the sun climbed higher, I felt a vibration. A car was approaching, not Sarah's, a new car. A black SUV with government plates, moving slowly, its sensors scanning the air for the very frequency I had become. They had seen the light, they had felt the surge, and they were coming to see what was left of the museum. I felt the first stirrings of the red fever in the depths of the earth. The town was hungry again. It was waiting for the 13th. I closed my eyes, the eyes I no longer had, and waited for the first click of a camera. The town of Oakhaven was empty, but the light was never truly out. It was just waiting for someone to turn the page. The black SUV didn't crunch over the gravel so much as it sliced through the heat, a predatory shape silhouetted against the shimmering horizon of the Mojave. It stopped exactly where the phantom borders of the cul-de-sac had been only an hour before. I felt them before I saw them, not with eyes, but with the lingering sensitivity of a severed limb. To the world, I was a static charge, a pocket of ionized air hovering over a pile of scrap metal. To the men in the car, I was a spike on a needle, a frantic green line dancing on a liquid crystal display. Two men stepped out. They didn't wear long coats or flannel shirts. They wore tactical gear that looked too heavy for the desert, equipped with respirators that gave them the snout-like appearance of insects. One held a device that looked like a Geiger counter but sounded like a dying bird, a rapid, rhythmic chirping that matched the subterranean thrum still vibrating in my non-existent marrow. "Signal's bottoming out," the smaller one said. His voice was muffled, filtered through layers of charcoal and plastic. "We missed the peak by 40 minutes. Whatever breached is back in the basement." The taller man walked toward the collapsed radio tower. He kicked a piece of rusted iron, and the sound echoed with a hollow, unnatural density. He didn't look at the wreckage. He looked at the ground where the white cottages had stood. He knelt, reaching out to touch the sand. He didn't find glass marbles or petrified wood. He found the heat. The sand was fused into a smooth, black vitrification, a perfect circle of glass 40 feet wide. "The Ward event," the tall man muttered. "The 11th, he didn't just stabilize it, he tried to cauterize it." I drifted closer, a swirl of dust caught in their wake. The Ward event. They had a name for me. They had a number. I wasn't a tragedy to them, I was a data point. I was a structural failure in the fabric of the known world. "Did the spouse clear the perimeter?" the smaller one asked, adjusting a dial on his wrist. "Asset Sarah Ward is under satellite surveillance. She's 3 miles past the intercept zone. High-level cognitive dissonance is already setting in. By the time she reaches the interstate, she'll remember a car breakdown and a heat-induced hallucination. The red light doesn't travel well in moving vehicles." I felt a surge of static, a phantom snarl. They were letting her go not out of mercy, but because she was no longer a useful conductor. She was a broken wire. I wanted to scream at them, to blast the red light through their goggles until their brains turned to the same gray ash as Miller's memories, but I was too thin. I was a ghost running out of breath. The tall man stood up and looked directly at the space where I hovered. For a second, I thought he saw me. His eyes were cold, professional, and entirely devoid of the wonder that had consumed the man in the long coat. "He's still here," the man said. "The residual, the echo of the 11th. Should we deploy the vacuum?" "No, let him watch. He's the only thing keeping the pressure down right now. If we scrub the site too early, the 13th won't have a foundation to build on. We need the haunt to stay localized." They began to set up tripods, not for cameras but for emitters. They were pinning the edges of the wound. They were stitching the desert back together, but they weren't healing it. They were creating a cage. I watched as they hammered silver spikes into the earth at precise geometric intervals. Each spike hummed with a low-frequency vibration that made my very essence ache. It was a containment field. Oakhaven wasn't being erased, it was being quarantined. As the sun reached its zenith, the heat became an absolute physical weight. The men worked with a mechanical efficiency that frightened me more than the architect ever had. The architect had been a priest of the town, a man who believed in the beauty of the preserved moment. These men were janitors of the impossible. They didn't care about the smell of the ocean or the taste of cheap champagne. They only cared about the breach. I retreated into the shadows of the collapsed tower, feeling my strength wane. The more they stabilized the area, the less of me remained. I was a leak in a pipe they were soldering shut. But then the ground shivered. It was a tiny movement, a grain of sand sliding down the side of a dune, but I felt it like a thunderclap. Deep below, in the dark, pressurized spaces where the town's heart still beat, something had shifted. The man in the flannel shirt hadn't been the source, he had been the caretaker. And though I had broken his houses and shattered his marbles, I hadn't touched the hunger. The chirping device in the small man's hand went silent. Then it let out a single, long, piercing shriek. "Pressure spike," the man yelled, his voice cracking. "It's bypassing the spikes. The 11th isn't holding it." "Impossible," the tall man said, though he was already backing toward the SUV. "The resonance should be flat. There's no witness." I felt it then, a pull, a gravity that didn't act on matter but on memory. The tall man's hand went to his throat. He fumbled with his respirator, his fingers trembling. His professional veneer didn't just crack, it evaporated. I saw his eyes widen, the pupils dilating until the iris disappeared. I forgot," he whispered. The voice didn't sound like a government agent anymore. It sounded like a child. "I forgot the birthday, the cake. It had blue candles. Why did I forget the blue candles?" "Get back in the vehicle," the smaller man screamed, grabbing his partner's arm. But the tall man was already gone. Not physically, but the part asterisk of him that belonged to the black SUV was being overwritten. The town was reaching up through the glass circle, through the silver spikes, and it was harvesting him. It didn't need a volunteer. It didn't need a David Ward to say yes. It was hungry, and it was taking the first soul it could find. The red light didn't come from the sky this time. It bled up from the sand. It started as a faint pink glow beneath the vitrified glass, like blood rising to the surface of a bruise. Then it intensified. The black glass began to pulse. 1, 2, 3, 4. The tall man fell to his or knees. He wasn't screaming. He was weeping, but the tears were red. They weren't blood. They were the distilled essence of his own regrets being extracted by the vacuum of the earth. "The blue candles," he sobbed. "She was 6. I was in Brussels. I missed the blue candles." The smaller man didn't try to save him again. He scrambled into the SUV, slammed the door, and put the vehicle in reverse. He didn't look back. He drove with a frantic, blind terror, his tires throwing up plumes of dust that turned crimson in the rising light. He abandoned his partner to the desert, to the town, to the memory of a birthday party that was now the only thing keeping a world from collapsing. I watched the tall man change. It was a slower process than mine had been. He didn't have a tower to focus him. He was being absorbed directly into the architecture. The sand around him began to rise, swirling into the shape of a structure. It wasn't a cottage this time. It was a tall, narrow building, a library made of salt and bone dust. The man's tactical vest turned into a heavy wool coat. His respirator merged with his face, becoming a mask of porcelain and wire. He was the 13th. He stood up, his movements jerky, like a marionette being tested by a new master. He looked at the library that had grown out of his own guilt. He walked toward the door, his boots making no sound on the glass floor. He stopped at the threshold and turned. He looked at the collapsed tower where I hid. "Thank you, David," he said. His voice was a composite of 1,000 voices, a choir of the lost. The collection was incomplete. It needed a place for the things we forget on purpose, the things we bury. "I tried to kill it," I whispered, my voice a mere vibration in the heat. "You gave it a soul," the 13th said. "You gave it a heart. Now I will give it a mind." He entered the library and closed the door. The building didn't just stand there, it began to multiply. To the left and right, rows of stone shelves erupted from the dunes, stretching out into the desert. They weren't empty. They were filled with ledgers, with photographs, with the discarded remnants of lives that were being unspooled from people hundreds of miles away. The expansion was different now. It wasn't a town of homes anymore. It was an archive of loss. I felt my own identity begin to stretch. I was being pulled into the shelves. I was a book being filed under D, my first kiss, my fear of the dark, the way I felt when I first saw the red light. All of it was being stripped from the air and bound in leather made of my own skin. I fought it. I clung to the rusted iron of the tower, the only real thing left in this sea of metaphors. I am David Ward, I told myself. I am the husband of Sarah. I am a deputy of a county that no longer exists. But the pulse was getting louder. It was a heartbeat now, a deep, rhythmic thud that shook the stars. The red light was no longer a beam. It was the sky. It was the horizon. It was the only color left in the universe. In the distance, I saw the black SUV. It hadn't made it to the highway. It was parked on the side of the road, the driver's door open. The smaller man was standing on the roof, looking back at the glowing library. He wasn't running anymore. He was holding his hands out, his fingers spread, as if trying to catch the red dust that was beginning to fall like snow. He was the 14th. The cycle wasn't stopping at 12. 12 had been the architect's number, a human limit. The town had outgrown its creator. It was no longer a museum. It was a contagion. I looked at the badge in the dirt. It was losing its shape. The tin was softening, turning into the same translucent glass as the marbles. I realized then that I couldn't be the guard. I couldn't stay here and watch the world be turned into a library of sorrows. If I stayed, I was just another volume on the shelf. I had one more thing I could do, one last act of the 11th. I didn't reach for the light this time. I reached for the dark. I remembered the void I had seen when the street buckled, the place beneath the town where the discarded negatives lived. It wasn't a place of memory. It was a place of forgetting. It was the shadow that the red light couldn't penetrate. I let go of the tower. I didn't fly, I fell. I poured my static, my frequency, my very essence into the cracks in the glass. I dived toward the center of the pulse, toward the cold, silent core that the town was built upon. The 13th screamed from his library. The shelves began to shake. The red snow turned into a blizzard. "You'll erase us all," the choir of voices cried. "Good," I whispered. I hit the core. It wasn't a heart, it wasn't a machine. It was a mirror reflecting a red light that had been shining since the beginning of time, waiting for someone to build a town around it. I didn't break the mirror, I stepped into it. The world vanished. There was no red, there was no white, there was only the absolute velvet black of a room with no windows. And in the center of the room, there was a chair. And in the chair, there was a man. He wasn't wearing a long coat or a flannel shirt. He was wearing a deputy's uniform. He looked like me, but his hair was white, and his eyes were holes that opened into a sky full of dead stars. "Hello, David," he said. "Who are you?" "I'm the one who was here before the first. I'm the one who will be here after the last shelf rots. I'm the reason." "The reason for what?" The man smiled, and his teeth were made of red glass. "The reason why people look into the dark and see faces. The reason why a song can make you cry for a home you never had. I am the archive of things that never happened." He stood up and the room began to expand. But it didn't expand into Oakhaven. It expanded into a bedroom. A bedroom with a silver sedan parked outside. I saw Sarah. She was lying in bed, her eyes open, staring at the ceiling. She was safe, she was home, but she was empty. The part of her that I had saved was a hollow shell. The town hadn't taken her memories, but it had taken her asterisk meaning. She looked at the photograph on the nightstand, the photograph of us, and she didn't feel love. She didn't feel grief. She felt nothing. She was a witness who had seen too much, and now the world was just a collection of shapes. "She's alive," the man said, standing behind me. "Isn't that what you wanted?" "I wanted her to be happy." "Happiness is a memory, David, and you took those from her. You saved her life, but you stole her story." I looked at Sarah, and for the first time, I felt a coldness that had nothing to do with the desert night. I had been so focused on the red light that I hadn't seen the shadow it cast. "How do I give it back?" I asked. The man leaned in, his breath smelling of ozone and old paper. "You can't give it back, but you can trade. A soul for a soul, a story for a story." He held out a hand. In his palm was a single red marble. It didn't pulse. It glowed with a soft, steady warmth. "This is the memory of the ocean," he said. "The taste of the champagne, the way her hair felt. It's all in here, all the things you harvested to save her. Give it to her." "I can't, she's closed. The only way in is through the eye." He pointed up. Above us, the ceiling was gone. I saw the tower. I saw the great eye spinning in the violet sky, looking down at the desert. "You have to go back," the man said. "You have to be the 11th again. You have to turn the light back on, but this time don't point it at the town. Point it at her. It'll kill me, truly kill me this time. There won't even be an echo left." "Yes," the man said, "but she will remember the blue candles. She will remember the way you loved her. She will have her story back." I looked at the marble. I looked at the hollow woman in the bed. I didn't hesitate. I reached for the marble. As my fingers touched the glass, the room exploded. I was back in the tower. The steel was screaming, the wind was howling, and the red light was a roar in my ears. The 13th was at my feet, clawing at the stairs, trying to pull me down. The library was crumbling, the books turning into ash. I ignored it all. I grabbed the controls of the beam, the heavy, rusted levers that felt like bone. I felt the town's hunger trying to divert the power, trying to force the light back into the expansion. I felt the man in the long coat, or whatever was left of him, whispering in the back of my mind, begging me to stay. I pushed the levers forward. I focused the beam. I searched the world, past the desert, past the black SUVs, past the government sensors, until I found the small house in the suburbs. I found the woman in the bed. "I love you, Sarah," I whispered. I pulled the final trigger. The red light didn't sweep. It didn't harvest, it poured. It was a bridge of crimson fire stretching across the distance, carrying everything I was, everything I had been, and everything I had stolen. I felt the ocean air leave me. I felt the taste of champagne vanish. I felt the warmth of her hair slip through my fingers like water. I was becoming empty. I was becoming the white page. But as I faded, I saw her. I saw Sarah's eyes fill with tears. I saw her grip the photograph. I saw the color return to her face. She sat up in bed, a sob breaking from her throat, a real, painful, beautiful human sound. "David," she whispered. She remembered. The tower buckled, the eyes shattered. The red light went out. I fell into the dark, but it wasn't the dark of the room with no windows. It was just the dark of the desert night. The quiet, honest dark where things are allowed to be forgotten. The town of Oakhaven was gone. The library was dust. The 13th was a pile of salt. The black SUV sat empty on the road, its engine cooling in the moonlight. And in a small house miles away, a woman cried for a man she had lost, and in her grief, she was finally whole. I was nothing now, just the wind, just the sand. But as the first light of dawn touched the ruins of the tower, a single, red-tiled roof remained visible for a split second before vanishing into the heat haze. The pulse was gone. The town was closed. And for the first time in a long time, the map was exactly what it was supposed to be. Empty. The silence that followed the collapse was not the silence of a grave. It was the silence of a vacuum. For a long time, there was no wind, no shifting of grit, no hum of the hidden machinery that had dictated the rhythm of Oakhaven for decades. I was a thin vapor, a lingering scent of ozone and old paper, clinging to the cooling glass of the desert floor. I had expected the end to be a sudden snuffed candle, but instead, I was a fading resonance, the last note of a bell that had already cracked. I watched the sun rise. It wasn't the red, artificial glare of the eye, but the pale, indifferent yellow of a Tuesday morning. It hit the scorched earth where the library had stood and found nothing but sand and the twisted, blackened remains of the silver spikes the agents had planted. The spikes had melted into grotesque, metallic sunflowers, their petals drooping toward the center of the blast. The smaller man, the one who would have been the 14th, was still sitting on the roof of his SUV. He looked diminished. The frantic terror had leaked out of him, replaced by a hollow-eyed confusion. He climbed down slowly, his movements stiff, and looked at his hands. He wiped at his face, staring at the soot on his palms as if it were a foreign substance. He looked toward the spot where his partner had been absorbed, where the great stone archive had loomed only minutes before. There was nothing there but a ripple in the heat. He didn't scream for his friend. He didn't radio for help. He simply walked to the driver's side, got in, and started the engine. The sound of the internal combustion engine was shockingly mundane. It was a brutal, mechanical coughing that tore through the fragile morning. He turned the vehicle around and drove toward the horizon, leaving a trail of dust that the wind immediately began to erase. He was going back to a world that would have no record of his mission, to a headquarters that would find his reports filled with gibberish and redacted memories. He was a survivor of a war that had been unfought. I felt myself drifting. Without the anchor of the tower or the hunger of the red light, my cohesion was failing. I was a ghost losing its haunting. I began to wander, not with legs, but with the aimless pull of the air currents. I passed over the site of the general store. The foundation was gone. The jars of marbles, the smell of brine, the old man in the long coat, they were all subsumed into the great forgetting. But as I drifted toward the edge of what had been the intercept zone, I saw something that shouldn't have been there. A mailbox. It was leaning at a precarious angle, its wooden post charred black, but the metal box itself was intact. Written on the side in fading black paint was the name Miller ***. I hovered near it, feeling a strange, localized density. This wasn't a construct of the architect or a manifestation of the town's hunger. It was a remnant, a piece of the world that had been too stubborn to dissolve. I reached out, not with hands, but with the intent of a memory, and the door of the mailbox creaked open. Inside was a single envelope. No stamp, no postmark, just a name written in a cramped, shaky hand, to the one who stays. I felt a surge of the old static. Was there another? Had the architect left a contingency, or was this a message from the man in the flannel shirt, sent from whatever hell he now inhabited? I pressed my essence against the paper, reading it not with eyes, but by absorbing the vibrations of the ink. "The light is a circle," the letter whispered. "You broke the glass, but the light is still shining somewhere else. It doesn't die, it just moves. You gave her back her story, David, but stories need a teller. Don't let the fire go out entirely. Someone has to remember the smell of the salt." The paper crumbled into ash the moment the message was delivered. I felt a cold shiver of realization. The reason in the chair, the man with the white hair and the hollow eyes, he hadn't been an enemy. He had been a mirror. And mirrors don't just show you what is there. They show you what is missing. I looked back toward the center of the desert. The glass circle was still there, a mile-wide scar of vitrified sand reflecting the blue sky. It looked like a lens. If I disappeared completely, the lens would be empty. The 11th was a position, a structural necessity. By saving Sarah, I had vacated the post, but I hadn't destroyed the office. The vacuum I felt wasn't just my own fading. It was the universe trying to fill the hole I was leaving behind. I thought of Sarah. She was awake now. She was grieving. She was feeling the jagged, painful edges of a life that included a husband who had vanished into the dirt. That pain was her armor. It was what made her real. If I stayed as a ghost, if I tried to linger near her, I would become the very thing I fought. I would be a parasite of her sorrow, a red light in her own private town. I had to go further, not into the dark, but into the deep. I turned away from the highway. I turned away from the world of moving vehicles and satellite surveillance. I drifted back toward the center of the glass, toward the point where the tower had pierced the sky. The ground there was still warm. I sank into the glass, passing through the solid surface as if it were water. Below the earth, the geometry of Oakhaven was still visible in the strata of the rock, fossilized streets, skeletal remains of houses that had never been built, the calcified dreams of a dozen predecessors. I found the place where the reason had sat. The chair was gone, but the room remained, a pocket of absolute stillness beneath the weight of the desert. I sat. I didn't have a body, but I took the shape of one. I folded my hands. I closed my eyes. I became the archive. I didn't hold the red light. I became the dampener. I was the lead shield around the reactor. As long as I sat here, remembering the taste of the champagne and the sound of the ocean, the light couldn't escape. I was the one who would hold the memories so the world didn't have to. I would be the secret history of the things that were too beautiful to exist and too terrible to be forgotten. The pressure began to build immediately. The 13th and the 14th were gone, but the town was still trying to grow. I felt the phantom itch of 1,000 houses wanting to be built. I felt the hunger of 1,000,000 lost objects wanting to be found. No asterisk, I told the dark. Not today. I projected a new memory into the foundations. Not a town of glass and red light, but a forest. A deep, green, silent forest where the only sound was the fall of leaves. I let the green wash over the red. I let the damp earth smother the sparks of the 11th. Above me on the surface, the desert began to change. It wouldn't happen overnight, but the seeds were planted. The vitrified glass would crack. The sand would shift. In 100 years, there would be no scar. There would only be a patch of wilderness that people avoided without knowing why. They would say the air felt heavy there. They would say the stars looked different. But they wouldn't remember the name Oakhaven. I settled into the long wait. Time began to lose its linearity. I saw the smaller man grow old in a city far away, never quite able to explain why he couldn't stand the sight of a red sunset. I saw the government agency close the file on the Oakhaven breach, marking it as a localized seismic event with high-altitude atmospheric interference. I saw the black SUVs replaced by drones, and the drones eventually replaced by nothing at all. And I saw Sarah. I watched her through the lens of the earth. She didn't remarry for a long time. She kept the house. She kept the photograph on the nightstand. She went to the ocean once a year and poured a glass of cheap champagne into the surf. She lived a life that was full of the quiet, dignified sadness of a woman who had loved something completely and lost it without explanation. She grew old. Her hair turned the color of the salt she remembered. And one night, many years later, she sat in a rocking chair on her porch, looking out at the horizon. The sun was setting, casting a long, orange glow across the world. For a moment, the light hit a certain frequency, a hue that bordered on crimson. She didn't flinch, she didn't forget. She smiled. "I see you, David," she whispered to the wind. In my dark room beneath the sand, I felt her words. They were the only light I needed. The hunger of the town recoiled. The pressure dropped. For that one moment, the archive was silent. I realized then that the architect had been wrong. He thought the town was a way to keep things forever. But things aren't kept by freezing them in glass. They are kept by letting them change, by letting them hurt, and by letting them go. The red light was just a shadow of a much older fire. I leaned back in my invisible chair. The forest I had imagined was growing thick and strong in the layers of my mind. The roots were deep, wrapping around the core of the mirror, binding the reason in a cage of cedar and pine. I wasn't a data point anymore. I wasn't a structural failure. I was the secret. As the decades bled into centuries, the world above continued its frantic, noisy dance. Wars were fought, empires rose and fell, and the very climate of the planet began to shift. The desert where Oakhaven had been was no longer a desert. The rains came, and the forest I had dreamed of became a reality. Great oaks and towering pines broke through the glass floor, their roots shattering the vitrified sand into harmless pebbles. The intercept zone became a legend, then a myth, then nothing. But deep below, the pulse remained. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was slower now, a heartbeat of the earth itself. I sat in the center of it, the eternal librarian of the lost. I held the blue candles. I held the smell of the rain on the asphalt. I held the way the light looked in Sarah's eyes when she laughed. I was the guard at the gate of the impossible. Occasionally, someone would wander into the woods. A hiker, a dreamer, a child chasing a butterfly. They would stumble upon a clearing where the air felt strangely still. They would see a flash of red between the trees, a bird perhaps, or a stray autumn leaf. They would stop and breathe in the scent of salt and ozone, and for a fleeting second, they would feel a profound sense of belonging. They would remember something they had never known. They would feel a love they hadn't yet found. And then they would walk on, their hearts a little heavier, their souls a little brighter. The red light was still there. It would always be there. It was the part of the universe that didn't fit into the boxes we built for it. It was the leak in the pipe, the crack in the mirror, the ghost in the machine. But it wasn't a predator anymore. It was a memory. And I was the one who remembered. The man in the white hair appeared one last time, drifting through the trees of my subterranean forest. He didn't look like a deputy anymore. He looked like the wind. "Are you tired, David?" he asked. "No," I said, my voice the rustle of 1,000 leaves. "I'm just getting started." "The 14th is coming," he warned. "Not today, not in 100 years, but someday someone will find a way to dig. Someone will want to see the archive." "Let them come," I said. "I've had a long time to prepare the collection." He nodded and vanished into the green. I closed my eyes and sank deeper into the roots. The town of Oakhaven was a distant dream, a flicker of red in an endless sea of green. I was the 11th, the caretaker, the ghost, and the man. I was the light in the empty town. And as long as I stayed, the town would stay empty. The world would stay full. The pulse continued. 1, 2, 3, 4. Somewhere far away, a car broke down on a lonely highway. A woman looked at a map and saw a name that wasn't there. She felt a strange urge to turn toward the woods, to seek out the place where the shadows felt like home. But the wind shifted, the engine turned over, and she drove on. The archive remained closed. The red light stayed beneath the earth. And the desert, for the first time in an eternity, was finally truly at peace. The peace was not a static thing. It was a muscle that had to be flexed, a constant redirection of the pressure that sought to turn the subterranean forest back into a grid of paved streets and neon hunger. I sat in the center of that pressure, a human lightning rod grounded in the deep strata of the earth. I learned the language of the stones. I learned the slow, tectonic thoughts of the water tables. I became a creature of layers. But the archive was restless. Even without the eye, the information I had inherited, the stolen lives of Oakhaven's victims, was a volatile substance. It wasn't just data, it was soul matter, pressurized by the vacuum of the town's disappearance. It wanted to be witnessed. It wanted to be screamed. Every few decades, the pressure would spike, and the phantom smell of ozone would drift up through the root systems of the oaks above, curdling the milk in nearby farmhouses and making the birds fly in jagged, panicked circles. I had to find a way to bleed the pressure without opening the door. I began to craft the echoes. I didn't release the people. They were gone, their essences woven too tightly into the fabric of the archive to be unpicked. But I released their stories. I let them out in fragments, turning them into the ghost stories of the region. I gave the 13th a new life as a local legend about a tall man seen in the periphery of vision near the old creek. I turned the general store into a recurring dream shared by the children of the nearest town, a place where they could buy marbles that tasted like summer rain. I was gardening the collective unconscious. I was taking the toxic waste of the red light and refining it into folklore. It was the only way to keep the archive from detonating. As the centuries deepened, my own sense of David began to fray. It was inevitable. To hold so many lives, I had to let go of the rigid edges of my own. I was the man who loved Sarah, yes, but I was also the woman who had lost her keys in 1974, and the child who had cried because his red balloon popped against a silver spike. I was a mosaic of griefs. One afternoon, though time had become a fluid, translucent thing to me, I felt a tremor that didn't come from the archive. It came from above. It was a mechanical vibration, rhythmic and invasive. It wasn't the aimless wandering of a hiker or the slow growth of a tree. It was a drill. I felt the steel bit biting into the earth miles away, angling toward the seismic anomaly that the modern world had finally decided to investigate with more than just satellites. The technology had caught up. They had sensors now that could see the density of my subterranean forest, the strange, impossible pocket of not-quite matter that I inhabited. The vibration grew louder. 1, 2, 3, 4. The drill was singing the old song of the town. I stood up in my mind, the roots of my imagined trees grown. I felt the red light stirring in the basement of my consciousness, sensing a new host, a new way to expand. The hunger was still there, a dormant virus waiting for a warm body. "No," I whispered, and the word caused a landslide in a cavern 3 levels up. I reached out through the soil, feeling for the machine. I found it 300 feet down, a diamond-tipped probe bristling with cameras and spectrometers. Behind it, on the surface, were men in white suits, not the black-clad agents of the past, but scientists, corporate explorers seeking clean energy or dimensional stability. They didn't know they were poking a beehive made of ghosts. I could have crushed the drill. I could have sent a surge of static back up the line and fried their computers, but that would only confirm their suspicions. It would make me a target, a mystery to be solved. I had to be a disappointment. I opened the archive, not to the stories, but to the static. I flooded the area around the probe with the most mundane, boring information I possessed. I gave them the chemical composition of common granite. I gave them the temperature of stagnant groundwater. I projected a sense of nothingness, so profound that the lead scientist on the surface would yawn and look at his watch, thinking about what he wanted for dinner. The drill slowed. The sensors flickered. For a moment, the red light flared, trying to hitch a ride on the probe's data stream, but I caught it. I wrapped it in the memory of a boring Tuesday afternoon in a suburban office. I smothered the cosmic hunger with the sheer weight of human tedium. The probe stopped. I heard the muffled voices through the vibration of the ground. "Nothing but basalt and a pocket of gas," a voice said, distorted by the layers of earth. "Pack it up. The anomaly was a fluke." I watched them leave through the eyes of a fox lurking in the underbrush. I watched their trucks roll away, leaving behind a scarred patch of dirt that the forest would reclaim within a year. But the encounter had cost me. My cohesion was thinner. The effort of being nothing was more taxing than being everything. I retreated further into the core. I found the place where the marble, the one the man in the long coat had given me, still sat in the center of my mental landscape. It was the only physical object I had brought with me into the dark. It wasn't made of glass anymore. It was made of Sarah's tears and the salt of the ocean. I picked it up. Inside the marble, the town of Oakhaven was still there, but it was tiny. It was a snow globe of a nightmare, I saw the red-tiled roof. I saw the empty streets. I realized then that I wasn't just the guard. I was the prisoner. The architect hadn't designed the town to be an empire. He had designed it to be a cycle. The 11th, the 12th, the 13th, we weren't rulers. We were filters. We were the organs of a celestial body that needed to process the waste of human existence. The reason was the entropy of the universe given a human face so we wouldn't go mad looking at it. I looked at the marble and saw a new figure standing on the street of the tiny, glass Oakhaven. It was a man in a flannel shirt. He was looking up as if he could see me through the layers of glass and earth. He wasn't screaming. He wasn't begging. He was waiting. "Is it time?" I asked the silence. The archive didn't answer in words. It answered in the shifting of the light. The green of my forest was being tinged with a familiar, dangerous orange. The sun was setting on my long watch. I understood. I couldn't stay forever. The one who stays was a role, and eventually the actor has to leave the stage so the play can continue. The vacuum I had filled was starting to pull again. The world needed a new secret. I began to prepare the transition. I didn't look for a 14th among the agents or the scientists. I looked for someone who knew how to hold a story without breaking it. I searched the world above, my consciousness drifting like a radio signal seeking a frequency. I passed over cities of glass and steel, over oceans choked with plastic, over mountains that were losing their snow. The world was louder now, more connected, more frantic. There were fewer places for a red light to hide. I found her in a library in a small town in Oregon. She was young, her eyes tired from reading by the light of a flickering lamp. She was surrounded by books that no one else checked out anymore. Histories of forgotten towns, maps of places that had been renamed or erased. She had a notebook filled with names of people who had vanished without a funeral. She was a collector of ghosts. She was a curator of the almost was. I didn't reach out to her with a red light. I didn't terrify her with a tower. I sent her a dream. I showed her the forest. I showed her the smell of the salt. I showed her the blue candles and the man who had loved a woman so much he turned himself into a secret to save her. I showed her the weight of the marble. She woke up with tears in her eyes, the scent of ozone lingering in her small apartment. She didn't scream. She sat up, reached for her notebook and wrote a single word, Oakhaven. She would be the one. Not yet, not for many years, but she would find the woods. She would feel the heaviness of the air. She would bring her books and her notebooks, and she would sit among the oaks and she would listen. And when she was ready, I would give her the marble. I felt a strange sense of relief. The 11th was a heavy thing to be. I wanted to be David again. Not the David who was a ghost, but the David who was a memory. I wanted to go where Sarah had gone. I looked back at the archive one last time. It was stable. The forest was thick. The red light was a controlled ember, a pilot light in the heart of the world. I sat back in the invisible chair. I felt the first edges of the great forgetting start to nibble at my own mind. I didn't fight it. I welcomed it. I let the names of the streets slip away. I let the technical specifications of the silver spikes dissolve. I let the face of the architect blur into the gray of the stones. I kept only one thing. I kept the sound of a woman's voice, whispered on a porch a century ago. "I see you, David." The light in the room with no windows finally began to dim. It wasn't the red light of the eye or the yellow light of the sun. It was the soft, white light of a page being turned. The town of Oakhaven was closed. The archive was silent. I closed my eyes, and for the first time in 1,000 years I slept. The forest above grew taller. The roots went deeper. The squirrels played on the mounds of dirt that had once been the foundations of a library. The world moved on, oblivious to the man in the basement, the girl with the notebook, and the red light that waited in the dark. But every now and then, when the wind blew just right from the west, the air would taste of salt and champagne. and the people in the nearby towns would pause, look toward the woods, and feel a sudden, inexplicable urge to go home and tell their loved ones that they remember. The map was empty. The story was told. And in the deep, honest dark, the silence was finally enough. I felt the girl with the notebook enter the woods for the first time. She was older now, her hair streaked with gray, her movements deliberate. She carried a shovel and a heavy bag of books. She found the clearing. She felt the pulse. 1, 2, 3, 4. She didn't run. She sat down on a mossy log and opened her notebook. "I'm here," she said to the trees. I smiled in the dark. I reached out, my fingers trembling with the last of my substance, and I placed the marble on the ground at her feet. It caught the light of the setting sun, glowing with a faint, inner crimson. She picked it up. She looked into the glass. She saw the red-tiled roof. "Tell me," she whispered. And I did. I gave her the first chapter. I gave her the name of the man who had loved the woman in the bed. I gave her the smell of the desert night. The transition began. I felt myself lifting, the weight of the archive transferring to her shoulders, her notebooks, her heart. She was strong. She was ready. She would be the 12th. She would be the one who kept the forest green. I drifted up through the layers of earth, passing through the roots, through the soil, through the fallen leaves. I broke the surface and felt the wind on my face. It was a real wind. It was a Tuesday morning. I looked at the girl, the woman, one last time. She was writing furiously, her pen moving across the paper like a needle stitching a wound. She was the new guard. I turned toward the horizon. The sun was rising, and for the first time it didn't look like an eye. It just looked like light. I walked toward it. I didn't have legs, but I walked. I didn't have a voice, but I sang. I wasn't the 11th anymore. I was just David. And somewhere, in a place that wasn't a town and wasn't a map, a woman with salt-colored hair was waiting for me with 2 glasses of cheap champagne and a story that never had to end. The red light went out. The town was gone. The forest remained. And the silence was beautiful. The transition was not a snap of a finger or a sudden plunge into the void. It was a slow, rhythmic unweaving, like a tapestry being pulled apart thread by thread so that the silk could be used to loom a new pattern. I felt the girl, the woman now, her name was Alina, absorb the first of the heavy vibrations. She gasped as the weight of the 1950s hit her, the collective memory of 1,000 Sunday dinners and the specific, metallic tang of the Oak Haven water supply. She braced her spirit against the mossy log, her knuckles whitening as she gripped her pen. She was a vessel being filled with a sea, and I was the tide receding. As I ascended through the strata of the earth, I passed through the layers of my own long vigil. I saw the intercept zone as it had been, a jagged wound in reality, and saw how the roots had sutured it shut. I felt the lingering hum of the silver spikes, now little more than oxidized needles buried in the deep clay, their purpose finished, their hunger starved out by my centuries of rationing. The architect's design was being overwritten by the sheer, stubborn persistence of the organic. The earth didn't want a perfect, static archive. It wanted to rot and grow and change. It wanted the messy, entropic grace of life. I broke the surface not as a ghost, but as a shimmer in the heat. The air of the modern world tasted different, sharper, filled with the invisible signals of 1 billion digital conversations, a cacophony of data that made the old red light seem primitive. The world had built its own hive mind now, a sprawling web of glass and light that mimicked the archive's reach but lacked its depth. They didn't need a town that didn't exist to store their secrets. They had clouds made of silicon. I looked back at Alina. She was hunched over her notebook, her eyes darting as she witnessed the 13th for the first time. She saw the man in the long coat not as a monster, but as a tragic calculation, a piece of geometry that had tried to become a soul. She was weeping, but her hand didn't shake. She was a natural-born librarian of the abyss. She would hold the marble better than I ever could, for she had the distance of a scholar and the heart of a poet. "Goodbye, Elena," I whispered. The wind carried the words, rustling the leaves of the great oaks. She didn't look up, but she paused, a small, knowing smile touching her lips before she returned to her chronicling. I turned away from the clearing. I was no longer tethered to the subterranean forest. The one who stays had finally left. I began to drift across the landscape of the country I had once known. Oakhaven had been a puncture wound, but the rest of the world had scabbed over. I saw the ruins of the old highway where the woman's car had broken down. It was a bike path now, lined with wildflowers and solar-powered lamps. I saw the distant glow of a city that hadn't existed when I was a deputy, a sprawl of neon that rivaled the old eye in its intensity, yet lacked its malevolent focus. The further I moved from the archive, the more David returned to me. The mosaic of 1,000 stolen lives began to flake away. I was no longer the child with the red balloon or the woman who lost her keys. I was shedding the ghosts. The pressure in my chest, the tectonic weight of being a god of the basement, dissipated into the cool morning air. I found myself drawn toward the coast. It was an instinct older than the archive, older than the architect. It was the pull of the salt. I reached the cliffs overlooking the Pacific. The ocean was the only thing that hadn't changed. It was the original archive, the first deep dark, holding its secrets in the pressure of the trenches and the song of the whales. I stood on the edge of the world, a shimmer of light against the blue-gray expanse of the water. And then I saw her. She wasn't a ghost. She wasn't a memory reconstructed from the data of a red eye. She was standing on the sand below, her back to the cliffs, looking out at the breakers. Her hair was the color of the foam, and she wore a dress that looked like it had been woven from the mist. I didn't float down, I walked. I felt the phantom sensation of sand beneath my feet, the grit and the cold dampness of the tide line. With every step, I became more opaque. The gray of my deputy's uniform returned, but the badge was gone, and the gun belt was a shadow of the past. I was just a man in a flannel shirt and work boots, walking toward the only thing that had ever been real. Sarah turned. She didn't look surprised. She looked like she had been waiting for a bus that was slightly behind schedule. She held 2 glasses just as I had imagined, but they weren't filled with champagne. They were filled with the light of the setting sun. "You took your time, David," she said. Her voice was the sound of the wind in the pines, the sound of a door closing softly at the end of a long day. "I had to finish the collection," I said. My voice sounded strange to my own ears, heavy, human, vibrating with the resonance of a throat that hadn't spoken for a millennium. I reached her. I stopped a few feet away, afraid that if I touched her, the illusion would shatter and I would find myself back in the room with no windows, staring at a red light that would never go out. She stepped forward and placed a hand on my chest. Her palm was warm. It wasn't the heat of a machine or the fever of the red light. It was the steady, quiet warmth of a living heart. "It's over," she said. "The town is empty. The archive is in good hands. You don't have to remember for everyone anymore." "I'm afraid I'll forget you," I confessed. The great forgetting was still nibbling at the edges of my mind, the price of my release. The details of our life together, the name of the dog we never had, the color of the curtains in the house we never finished, were blurring. Sarah smiled, and the light in her eyes was brighter than anything the architect had ever built. "You don't need to remember. I'm right here. We can start making new things to forget." She handed me one of the glasses. As my fingers brushed hers, the last of the archive's grip snapped. The subterranean forest, the silver spikes, the man in the long coat, the red-tiled roof, it all fell away into a single, distant point of light, like a star collapsing in a far-off galaxy. It was no longer my burden. It was just a story being written in a notebook by a woman in a forest. We stood on the beach as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky turned a bruised purple, then a deep, honest black. There were no red lights here. There were only the stars, indifferent and ancient, and the rhythmic pulse of the tide. 1, 2, 3, 4. But this time, the pulse didn't mean a countdown. It didn't mean hunger. It was just the heartbeat of the world, steady and slow, marking the time of a life that was finally, truly our own. "Where do we go?" I asked. Sarah took my hand. Her grip was firm, grounding me to the earth. "Nowhere that's on a map," she said. "We've spent enough time in places that people can find. Let's go somewhere that doesn't need a name." We walked along the shore, our footprints filling with water and disappearing behind us. The intercept zone was a myth. The red light was a memory. The empty town was finally, at long last, silent. In the forest miles away, Alina stopped writing. She looked at the marble in her hand. The red glow had faded, replaced by a soft, amber warmth. She tucked the marble into her pocket, closed her notebook, and looked up at the stars through the canopy of the oaks. She felt the weight of the archive, but she also felt the peace of the man who had left it to her. She knew she would be the 12th, and eventually she would find a 13th. The cycle would continue, a slow filtration of the world's darkness through the hearts of those who chose to stay. But for tonight, she just sat in the silence. The town of Oakhaven was gone. The world was full, and somewhere on a beach that didn't exist, a man named David finally put down his lantern and closed his eyes, listening to the sound of the rain that was no longer a dream. The light was gone, but for the first time the dark wasn't empty. It was home. The silence of the beach was not the vacuum of the archive. It was a living thing, textured by the rhythmic collapse of the Pacific and the cooling of the sand. For a long time we didn't speak. We didn't have to. After a millennium of processing the frantic, overlapping thoughts of a dying town, the simplicity of a single presence was a feast. I felt my own boundaries softening, the sharp, jagged edges of the 11 smoothing out like sea glass. I was no longer a container for 1,000 screams. I was just a man standing in the spray, feeling the salt itch at my skin. "It feels heavy, doesn't it?" Sarah asked, her voice cutting through the roar of the surf. She wasn't looking at me. She was watching a freighter on the horizon, a tiny spark of mundane human commerce crawling across the dark. "The air. It feels like it has actual weight here." "It's the gravity," I said, and the word felt delicious in my mouth. In the basement, gravity was just an idea, a setting on a dial. Here, it's a law. It's pulling on me, Sarah. It's trying to keep me down. "That's because you belong to the ground now, David. Not the deep ground, the surface." She turned to me and the starlight caught the moisture on her cheeks. She wasn't a ghost, but she wasn't entirely of the world either. We were both echoes that had found a way to resonate long after the bell had stopped swinging. The architect thought he was saving things by burying them. He thought if you froze a moment in amber, it became eternal. But amber is just a tune. This, the wind, the tide, the way the sand shifts under your heels. This is the only eternity that matters because it's the only one that changes. I looked down at our feet. Our footprints were already being reclaimed by the foam. In the archive, a footprint would have been logged, analyzed, and stored for 10 generations. Here, it was gone in seconds. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. "I gave her the marble," I said, the memory of Alina's face flickering briefly before my eyes. "She's strong, but I feel like I've cursed her. I left her in the dark with a book that never ends." Sarah shook her head, her hair whipping in the wind. "You didn't curse her. You gave her a purpose. Some people spend their whole lives looking for a secret big enough to hold them. She's been looking for Oakhaven since she was a little girl, David. She didn't find the woods by accident. The woods found her because she was already shaped like the hole you were leaving behind." We began to walk again, moving south along the jagged coastline. The physical world was a sensory assault. The smell of rotting kelp, the cry of a nocturnal bird, the distant hum of a coastal highway. It was all so loud, so vibrant, so terrifyingly uncoordinated. I realized then that the reason the architect had spoken of was a lie born of fear. He hadn't been trying to process the entropy of the universe. He had been trying to hide from the chaos of it. He wanted a world where every red light meant the same thing, where every death had a filing cabinet, where the waste of human existence could be recycled into a neat, manageable cycle. But as I walked beside Sarah, I felt the glorious waste of it all. I felt the millions of moments that would never be recorded, the breaths that would never be counted, the thoughts that would flicker out like sparks and leave no trace in any archive. That was the secret the 11th had never been allowed to know. The value of a thing isn't in its preservation, but in its passing. "Where are we going?" I asked again. "To the house," she said. "The house in Oakhaven." A cold shiver of the old dread touched my spine. "No," she laughed, and the sound was like silver bells muffled by velvet. "The house we talked about. The one with the porch that faces the mountains and the back door that opens to the sea. The one that doesn't have a basement, David. Not even a crawl space. Just solid stone and a roof that lets in the sound of the rain. Does it exist? It does if we stop looking for it on a map. Maps are for people who are lost. We're just away." As we walked, the coastline began to blur. The sharp reality of the Pacific merged with the golden hour glow of a desert plateau, which shifted into the lush, damp green of an Appalachian hollow. We were moving through the geography of our shared desires, a landscape stitched together from the scraps of the lives we had almost lived. It wasn't a hallucination, it was a manifestation. If the archive could build a town out of glass and trauma, then two souls who had survived the end of the world could surely build a home out of peace. I felt the great forgetting accelerating now. The technical details of the silver spikes were the first to go, dissolving into gray mist. Then went the names of the agents, the faces of the scientists, the complex equations of the reason. I felt the 11th peeling away from my spirit like a heavy, lead-lined coat. I didn't reach for the memories. I let them fall. I didn't need to know how the red light worked anymore. I only needed to know the warmth of Sarah's hand. We climbed a gentle slope covered in wild wheat that shimmered like hammered gold in a sun that refused to set. At the top of the hill sat a house. It was simple: white clapboard, a wraparound porch, and a chimney breathing a thin ribbon of cedar-scented smoke into a sky the color of a peach. I stopped at the edge of the porch. My boots felt heavy. My heart, a muscle I hadn't truly used in 1,000 years, was thumping against my ribs with a frantic, joyful rhythm. "Is this it?" I whispered. "This is the first chapter," Sarah said, stepping onto the wood. The boards creaked, a real, honest sound of timber under weight. She opened the screen door and held it for me. "Come inside, David. The champagne is getting warm." I stepped onto the porch. I looked back one last time, not at the archive, but at the world I had left behind. Far away, beyond the wheat and the mist, I could almost feel the pulse of the red light in the forest. I could feel Alina sitting on her log, her pen scratching against the paper, beginning the long, lonely, vital work of the 12th. I sent her a final thought, not a command, not a secret, just a blessing. "May the silence be enough for you." Then I turned and walked through the door. Inside, the house smelled of old books, fresh bread, and the salt of the sea. There were no glass models of Oakhaven on the tables. There were no monitors flickering with the heartbeats of a vanished population. There was just a table with 2 chairs, a fireplace crackling with a low, amber flame, and a window that looked out onto everything we had ever lost and everything we had finally found. Sarah handed me a glass. The liquid inside was golden and effervescent. We stood by the window, watching the light change on the mountains. "To the guard," she said softly, raising her glass. "No," I said, clinking my glass against hers. The sound was sharp and clear, a single note that rang out and then mercifully faded into nothing. "To the man who left the post." I took a sip. It tasted of grapes and sunlight and the end of a very long day. I sat down in the chair by the fire. I felt the weight of my own body, the glorious limitation of being a single person in a single place at a single time. The one who stays was gone. The 11th was a ghost story told to a new generation. I looked at Sarah, and for the first time in 1,000 years, I didn't see a memory. I saw a woman. I saw the way the firelight caught the gray in her hair and the strength in her hands. She sat across from me, and she began to tell me a story. It wasn't a story about Oakhaven. It wasn't a story about the architect or the red light. It was a story about a garden she wanted to plant in the spring, about the flowers that only bloomed at night, and about the way the wind sounded when it had nowhere else to go. I listened. I didn't record it. I didn't archive it. I just let the words wash over me, knowing they would be gone by morning and knowing that was exactly why they were beautiful. The room grew dark, save for the glow of the hearth. Outside, the world continued its messy, chaotic, unobserved dance. The red light was a flicker in a deep basement, a pilot light for a world that still needed its secrets. But here, in the house with no maps, the only light was the one we made for ourselves. I closed my eyes. I wasn't the guard. I wasn't the prisoner. I was just David. And for the first time, that was more than enough. The fire in the hearth didn't just provide warmth, it provided a rhythm. It was a chaotic, flickering pulse that defied the mechanical precision of the archive. In the basement, the light had been a constant, a clinical red that never wavered, never sighed, and never died. Here, the orange glow licked at the shadows, retreating and advancing with the whim of the draft. It was the light of mortality, and as I watched it, I felt the last of the silver needles in my mind dissolve. Sarah sat back in her chair, her feet tucked under her. She looked at the glass in her hand, then at me. "You're thinking about the geometry again," she said. It wasn't a psychic intrusion. It was the simple observation of a woman who knew the man behind the mask. "I'm thinking about how much I don't have to think," I replied. The archive was a machine made of logic and sorrow. It required a constant calculation of why. Why did this person die? Why did this town fail? Why did the light turn red? Sitting here, there is no why. There's just the smell of the cedar wood and the fact that you're sitting there. The why was the architect's trap, Sarah said. She set her glass on the wooden table, the thud of the crystal against the oak sounding heavy and final. He believed that if he could find the root cause of human suffering, he could build a wall around it. He thought he could solve the human condition like a math problem. But you can't solve a sunrise, David. You can't solve the way a heart breaks. You just live through it. I looked out the window. The landscape beyond the porch was no longer shifting. It had settled into a permanent twilight, a soft indigo sky where the stars were beginning to sharpen. It felt like a coastal cliffside in Oregon, but the air had the dry, spicy scent of the high desert. It was a place born of our shared peace, a sanctuary carved out of the static of the universe. "What happens to the others?" I asked. "The ones who were in the tubes, the ones whose lives I carried." "They aren't your burden anymore," Sarah said gently. "When you gave the marble to Alina, you didn't just pass on the data. You released the souls from the machine. They aren't in the basement anymore, David. They're back in the stream. Some of them are the wind blowing through the wheat outside. Some of them are the stars. They've been returned to the entropy they were stolen from. They're free to be forgotten." To be forgotten. In the archive, that had been the ultimate failure, the great forgetting that we fought against with every spark of our borrowed energy. But hearing it now, it sounded like a promotion. To be forgotten was to be at rest. It was the end of the shift. I stood up, my knees popping with a sudden, sharp reminder of my resurrected age. I walked to the bookshelf against the far wall. The spines were blank, waiting for the stories we would live, not the ones we had stolen. I ran my fingers over the leather and cloth. "I spent so long being a librarian of ghosts," I whispered. "I don't know how to be a neighbor. I don't know how to be a husband. I don't know how to just be." Sarah rose and came to stand behind me. She wrapped her arms around my waist, leaning her head against my shoulder. Her warmth was the anchor that kept me from drifting back into the gray. "You'll learn. We have all the time that doesn't exist. There are no reports to file, no red lights to monitor. If you want to spend 10 years just watching the tide, no one is going to stop you. The world is full of people who are busy being important. We've earned the right to be insignificant." I turned in her arms. The face I looked at was the one I had reconstructed a million times in the dark, but the reality of her was so much more complex than the memory. There were tiny lines at the corners of her eyes that the archive's data had smoothed away. There was a slight asymmetry to her smile that no machine could have mapped. She was imperfect, and in her imperfection, she was infinite. "I remember the day we bought the car," I said suddenly. The memory didn't come with the heavy, metadata-rich baggage of the archive. It was just a flicker, a bright, warm snapshot. The blue one, the one that always smelled like rain and old coffee. Sarah laughed, a genuine, throaty sound. It was a disaster. The heater only worked in July, and the radio only played one AM station from 3 towns over. "But we drove it until the wheels literally fell off in the driveway," I said. "And I remember being so angry about it. I thought it was a tragedy. I thought the world was ending because we couldn't afford to fix it. And now I realized that the car dying was just part of the story. It wasn't a data point to be analyzed. It was just a Tuesday." We moved to the porch, sitting on the swing that hung from the rafters. The chains groaned rhythmically as we swayed. It was a peaceful sound, a mechanical heartbeat that didn't demand anything of us. Below the hill, the phantom ocean continued its long, slow conversation with the shore. I thought of Alina. I wondered if she was cold in the subterranean forest. I wondered if the weight of the marble felt like a lead weight or a heartbeat in her palm. I felt a momentary pang of guilt, the old instinct of the 11th wanting to go back and check the seals, to ensure the archive was functioning within parameters. But then I felt the wind, a real wind, untainted by the smell of ozone or ancient dust. It carried the scent of wild jasmine and the promise of rain. It was a messy, unorganized wind that didn't care about the archive or the one who stays. "She'll be all right," Sarah said, as if reading the last fading ember of my anxiety. "The archive needs a librarian, but it also needs a poet. You were the deputy, David. You kept the peace. You held the line. You did the hard work of the transition. But Alina, she's the one who will turn the archive into something else. She won't just store the shadows. She'll find a way to let them speak." "The 12th, I murmured. "I hope she's the last." "There will always be a need for someone to watch the dark," Sarah said. "But maybe one day, the dark won't be a place of fear. Maybe it'll just be the place where the stories go to sleep." We sat in silence for a long time, watching the stars. They weren't the fixed, artificial lights of the architect's sky. They twinkled and shifted, some burning out, others being born in the vast, unmonitored distances. The universe was leaking, wasting energy, dying a slow and beautiful death, and for the first time in my existence, I didn't feel the need to stop it. I felt a deep, profound exhaustion settling into my bones. Not the psychic fatigue of the 11th, which felt like sand in the gears of a machine, but a human tiredness. The kind of tiredness that comes at the end of a long walk or a hard day's work in the sun. It was a heavy, sweet sensation that promised a sleep without dreams. "I'm tired, Sarah," I said. "I know," she whispered. "It's okay to be tired now. The watch is over." I leaned my head back against the slats of the swing. The rhythm of the chains, the pulse of the ocean, and the steady warmth of the woman beside me began to weave together into a single, quiet core. The red light was 1 billion miles away. Oakhaven was a name in a book I had already closed. The empty town was no longer empty because it no longer existed. As my eyes drifted shut, I felt the last lingering connection to the subterranean forest snap. It didn't hurt. It felt like a tether being cut from a boat, allowing it to finally drift out into the deep, dark, honest water. "David," Sarah's voice was soft, barely a breath. "Yeah, we're here." "I know," I said. "We're finally here." I didn't dream of the red eye. I didn't dream of the silver spikes or the man in the long coat. I didn't dream of the girl with the balloon or the woman who lost her keys. I didn't dream at all. I simply existed in the dark, and for the first time, the dark was a kind and gentle thing. It was a place where the light didn't have to reach, because there was nothing left to hide and nothing left to find. In the world we had left behind, the sun would rise over Oakhaven, over the ruins and the wildflowers and the new cities of neon and glass. The archive would hum in the deep earth, a silent witness to the passage of time. Elena would write her words, and the marble would glow with its borrowed amber light. The cycle would continue, the great machine of memory grinding on through the centuries. But on the porch of the house with no maps, the swing slowed to a halt. The fire in the hearth settled into a bed of glowing coals, casting long, peaceful shadows across the room. The glasses of sun-warmed champagne sat untouched on the table, reflecting the first true starlight of a new world. The 11th was gone. The guard had left his post, and in the silence of the beach, under the watchful eyes of the ancient stars, two shadows walked hand in hand into the surf, leaving no footprints, carrying no burdens, finally and forever lost in the beautiful, unrecorded waste of a life. The red light in the empty town had gone out, but the world was not dark. It was merely waiting for the next story to begin. The silence of the house was not the sterile, pressurized silence of the archive. It was a dense, living thing, layered with the microscopic sounds of settling wood and the distant, rhythmic respiration of the tide. For a time, I simply sat there, letting the sensation of being a physical entity sink into my marrow. In the basement, I had been a consciousness stretched thin over 1,000 miles of copper wire and silver spikes. Here, I was contained. My thoughts didn't radiate outward to monitor the fluctuating heart rates of a sleeping suburb. They stayed within the bony cathedral of my skull. Sarah moved toward the kitchen, her footsteps heavy and deliberate on the floorboards. I followed the sound, my senses attuned to the mundane miracle of her existence. She wasn't a projection maintained by the archive's emotional stabilization protocols. She didn't flicker when my concentration wavered. She was there, opening a cupboard, the hinges giving a small, domestic protest that made my throat tighten with a sudden, sharp grief. For all the years we had traded for the safety of a world that didn't know our names. "Do you remember the garden?" she asked, not looking back. She was tracing the rim of a ceramic mug, her thumb moving in slow, meditative circles. "The one we tried to start in the backyard of the little place on Miller Street, before the promotion, before the men in the gray suits started coming to the door." I closed my eyes, searching. For a second, the archive tried to intervene, offering me a high-resolution topographical map of Miller Street, complete with the soil acidity levels and the criminal records of our neighbors. I shoved it aside, reaching deeper, past the data, into the soft, blurred realm of feeling. "The tomatoes," I whispered. "They never turned red. We kept waiting, and you bought that book with the faded green cover, the one that said we needed more bone meal. We spent a whole Saturday digging in the dirt until our fingernails were black." "And then the frost came early," Sarah said, turning to face me. A small, sad smile played on her lips. "We lost everything in one night. I cried for 3 hours, and you told me it didn't matter because we could always buy tomatoes at the store. But it wasn't about the fruit, was it?" "No," I said, stepping closer. "It was about the work. The belief that if we put enough of ourselves into the earth, something would have to stay, something would have to grow." "We were trying to anchor ourselves," she said. "Even then, David, we knew the wind was picking up. We knew the world was starting to feel thin." I reached out and touched the wood of the kitchen table. It was solid, scarred with the marks of knives and the rings of hot cups, ghosts of meals that hadn't happened yet, or perhaps memories of lives that had been lived in the margins of the archive's great design. The architect told me once that the archive was the only thing keeping the world from dissolving into static. He said that without the one who stays, the very concept of home would evaporate. He made me believe that my loneliness was the price of everyone else's reality. "He was a cartographer who fell in love with his maps," Sarah said. She came to me then, taking my hands in hers. Her skin was cool, a stark contrast to the heat of the hearth. He forgot that the land exists whether you draw it or not. He thought he was the creator, but he was just a hoarder. He couldn't stand the thought of a single moment being wasted, so he turned the world into a museum of the dead. I looked out the kitchen window. The twilight was deepening into a rich, velvety purple. A single light appeared on the horizon, not the harsh, clinical red of the watchtower, but a soft, flickering amber. A lighthouse perhaps, or a campfire on a distant shore. It didn't demand my attention. It didn't require a report. It was just a light, signifying that someone else was out there, living a life I would never know, never record, and never have to protect. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The reason for the archive, the grand, terrifying necessity that had justified every horror and every sacrifice, was a lie. The world didn't need a guard. It needed to be allowed to break. It needed to be allowed to fail, to rot, and to be forgotten so that something new could take root in the ruins. By preserving everything, we had prevented anything from truly beginning. I left her there, I said, my voice cracking. Elena, I left her in the dark with that marble. I gave her the same cage I lived in for a century. You gave her a choice, Sarah corrected. You gave her the truth. The 11th was a prisoner because he believed the lie. The 12th, she knows what the archive is. She knows it's a tomb. And because she knows, she can choose when to walk away. You didn't give her a sentence, David. You gave her the keys. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to cast off the last of the guilt, to let it sink into the floorboards like spilled water. But the habit of responsibility was a hard thing to break. For so long, I had been the central pillar of a crumbling universe. To suddenly be nothing more than a man in a kitchen felt like a dizzying loss of gravity. What do we do now? I asked. The question felt absurd yet vital. Sarah laughed, and this time there was no sadness in it. It was the sound of a woman who had already crossed the finish line. We do exactly what the archive hates most. We waste time. We sleep until noon. We walk on the beach and don't count our steps. We talk about things that don't matter and we forget them by dinner. She led me out of the kitchen and back to the porch. The air had grown colder, the salt spray from the ocean misting against our faces. We sat back down on the swing, the rhythmic creak of the chains becoming the only clock we would ever need. I watched the stars. In the archive, I had known their names, their distances, their chemical compositions. I had known which ones were already dead, their light a lingering ghost in the vacuum. Now, they were just bright pinpricks in the dark. They were beautiful because they were distant. They were beautiful because they didn't belong to me. Do you think the town is still there? I asked after a long silence. Oak Haven, does it still exist if no one is watching it? It exists in the way a dream exists after you wake up, Sarah said. The details fade, the faces blur, but the feeling stays in your chest for a little while. Eventually, even that goes away. And that's okay. The people of Oak Haven deserve to be at peace. They deserve to not be data points in a silver spike. I thought of the woman who had lost her keys. I thought of the man who had died in the armchair, his coffee still steaming on the side table. I realized that by recording their deaths, I had trapped them in the moment of their greatest loss. I had made their endings eternal. By letting go, I was finally allowing them to finish dying. I was allowing them the dignity of a closed book. A profound sense of relief washed over me, a physical loosening of a knot that had been tied in the center of my soul since the day I first stepped into the basement. I wasn't the one who stays anymore. I was the one who had left, and the world hadn't ended. The sky hadn't fallen. The stars were still there, indifferent and magnificent. I can feel it, I whispered, leaning my head against Sarah's. The great forgetting, it's not a monster, it's just sleep. Yes, she said, it's the long sleep, the one the architect was so afraid of. But look around, David. Is there anything here to be afraid of? I looked at the white clapboard of the house, the golden wheat shimmering in the starlight, the dark, restless sea. I looked at the woman beside me, her hand warm and solid in mine. There was no red light. There was no hum of machinery. There was only the wind and the salt and the slow, steady beat of two hearts that were no longer being monitored. "No," I said, and for the first time in 1,000 years I meant it. "There's nothing to be afraid of." We sat there for hours or perhaps minutes. Time had lost its jagged edges. It had become a fluid, circular thing, no longer a line leading toward a catastrophic end. I felt my eyelids growing heavy. The exhaustion I had felt earlier wasn't a burden, it was a gift. It was the final proof that I was alive. "Sarah." "Hello." "Tell me about the garden again, the one we're going to plant. Tell me what color the flowers will be." She began to speak, her voice a low hum that vibrated through my shoulder. She talked about delphiniums and foxgloves, about sunflowers that would grow taller than the porch railing, and about herbs that would smell like lemon and earth when you brushed against them. She talked about the bees that would come, their wings a frantic, golden blur in the heat of a summer afternoon. As she spoke, I could see it. I could see the garden taking shape in the soil of this new, unmapped world. It wouldn't be perfect. Some of the plants would wither. The frost would eventually come. The flowers would bloom and then they would die, and their petals would scatter into the wind, leaving no trace in any archive. And that was the point. The beauty was in the transients. The value was in the waste. I felt the last of the 11th depart. The technical knowledge, the protocols, the secret history of the world, it all drifted away like smoke from a dying fire. I forgot the name of the architect. I forgot the location of the Oakhaven forest. I forgot the reason. All that remained was the smell of the sea and the sound of Sarah's voice. I let out a long, slow breath. The tension that had defined my existence for a century evaporated, leaving me light, almost hollow. I wasn't a pillar anymore. I was a leaf. I was a grain of sand. I was a single, unimportant spark in a universe that was full of them. "The flowers," I murmured, my voice trailing off into the shadows. "I want them to be blue, like the car." "Blue," Sarah whispered, her grip on my hand tightening just slightly. "We'll plant them tomorrow." But there was no tomorrow and there was no yesterday. There was only the present. A vast and shimmering ocean of asterisk, now asterisk. I closed my eyes and the darkness was not a basement. It was not a void. It was a blanket, soft and smelling of cedar, pulled up over the shoulders of a tired man who had finally come home. Far below, in the roots of the world, the red light pulsed one last time, a fading ember in the heart of a machine that had forgotten how to scream. Elena sat in the silence, her pen poised over the paper, watching the amber glow of the marble. She felt the shift, the subtle change in the air as the 11th finally crossed the threshold. She smiled, a small, secret thing, and began to write the first line of a new history. But I didn't see her. I didn't feel her. I was already gone, drifting out past the breakers, past the lighthouse, into the deep and beautiful silence where the maps end and the truth begins. The swing continued to sway, a slow, dying pendulum in the salt-heavy air. The house stood silent on the hill, a white ghost against the indigo sky. Inside, the fire turned to ash and the champagne grew flat in the glasses. The world went on, messy and unobserved, and for the first time since the beginning of the archive, the silence was enough. The rhythm of the swing was the only pulse left in the universe. It was a slow, mechanical heartbeat that didn't report to a central processor or feed a hunger for data. It simply existed, friction against wood, rope against beam, a small and finite energy bleeding out into the cool night air. I felt Sarah's head shift against my shoulder, her hair smelling of salt and wood smoke. Real smells, not the synthesized olfactory triggers the archive used to keep the 11th from descending into sensory deprivation psychosis. I reached out, my fingers grazing the rough grain of the porch railing. In the archive, I could have told you the cellular density of that wood, the year the tree was felled, and the chemical composition of the white paint flaking off in tiny, jagged continents. Now, it was just cold. It was just there. The relief of not knowing was a physical weight lifting from my chest, making it easier to draw breath than it had been in a century. "Do you hear that?" Sarah whispered. I listened. I didn't use the subterranean sensors. I didn't tap into the acoustic resonance of the floorboards. I just used my ears. "The waves," I said. "No," she murmured, shifting to look at the horizon where the dark water met the darker sky. "Beyond that, the silence. It's different now, isn't it? It doesn't feel like a held breath anymore." She was right. For 100 years, the silence of the world had felt like a vacuum, a pressurized space maintained by the constant, invisible hum of the silver spikes. It was a silence that demanded to be filled with records, with names, with the frantic accounting of every lost moment. But this silence was heavy. It was the silence of a forest after a snowfall, or a house after the guests have all gone home. It was a silence that didn't want anything from us. I looked down at my hands. They were the hands of a man who had worked, though I couldn't remember the labor. The calluses were fading, much like my memories of the architect's face. I tried to summon the image of the man in the long coat, the one who had stood on the edge of the abyss and told me that I was the only thing standing between humanity and the void. I found only a smudge of gray, a flickering shadow that had no more power to frighten me than a character in a book I'd finished years ago. "He's gone, Sarah," I said, the words feeling strange and new in my mouth. "The architect, the archive, it's all down there and we're up here." "We were always up here, David," she said, her voice catching. "We just forgot how to look up. We spent so much time worrying about the foundation that we forgot we were supposed to be living in the house." She stood up then, the swing groaning in protest at the sudden loss of weight. She walked to the edge of the porch, her silhouette sharp against the starlight. She looked like a ghost, but she moved with a solidity that defied the ethereal nature of this place. This wasn't a simulation. It wasn't a reward or a retirement program coded into the 11th's final exit sequence. It was the waste. It was the unrecorded territory where the light of the archive didn't reach. I joined her at the railing. Below us, the beach was a pale ribbon of silver. The tide was coming in, the water swallowing the sand inch by inch, erasing the phantom footprints of things that had never walked there. "What happens when the 12th stops writing?" I asked. "What happens when the last person forgets the red light?" Sarah turned to me, the starlight catching the moisture in her eyes. "Then the world becomes what it was always meant to be, a secret, something that doesn't have to be explained or justified. It just has to be felt." I thought of Alina, sitting in that amber-lit room beneath the earth. I thought of the burden I had laid on her, the task of turning a tomb into a library. I hoped she would be faster than I was. I hoped she would realize sooner that the stories didn't need to be guarded. They just needed to be told once and then allowed to drift away. A sudden, sharp memory flared in my mind, not a data point, but a true memory. It was a kitchen, bright with morning sun. There was a radio playing something low and brassy. Sarah was standing by the stove, laughing at something I'd said, and the smell of burnt toast was the most important thing in the world. It was a moment of absolute, inconsequential perfection. "Miller Street," I whispered. "What?" "The morning the toaster broke. You said we should keep it as a sculpture because the way the spring popped out looked like a modern art piece." Sarah laughed, a bright, clear sound that seemed to ripple out across the water. "And you tried to fix it with a butter knife and nearly blew the circuit breaker. We had to eat cold cereal for a week because you were too proud to admit we needed a new one." We stood there trading these fragments of a discarded life. They weren't important. They didn't change the fate of the world. They didn't prevent the collapse of the archive or save a single soul from the silver spikes. But as we spoke them, they felt more real than the century of watching I had endured. They were the waste energy the architect had tried to harvest, the beautiful, useless heat of being human. The air grew colder, a true nocturnal chill that made me shiver. It was a wonderful sensation. I reached for the door handle, the brass cold and solid against my palm. "Come inside," I said. "The fire is going out." We stepped into the house. It was a simple place, built of wood that sighed and stone that held the heat. There were no monitors here, no red lights, no hum of cooling fans. The only light came from the hearth, where the last of the logs was crumbling into a heap of glowing jewels. I walked to the table and picked up one of the glasses of champagne. The bubbles had long since stopped rising, the liquid still and golden. I handed it to Sarah, then took the other for myself. "To the end of the watch," I said. "To the beginning of the dark," she replied. We drank. The wine was sweet and a little sharp, tasting of summer and old promises. As I swallowed, I felt the last cord snap. The connection to the subterranean forest, the lingering psychic tether that allowed me to feel the pulse of the Oakhaven archive, finally withered and died. I was no longer the 11th. I was no longer a component of a machine. I was just David. The name felt heavy, a suit of clothes I hadn't worn in a long time. It was a bit tight in the shoulders, a bit worn at the cuffs, but it fit better than any title the architect could have bestowed. We moved toward the bedroom, the shadows stretching long and thin across the floorboards. The bed was piled high with quilts that smelled of cedar and lavender. There were no silver spikes here, no restraints, no needles to feed the consciousness directly into the grid. There was only the promise of sleep, real, heavy, dreamless sleep. I lay down, the mattress yielding beneath me. Sarah crawled in beside me, her body a familiar warmth in the gathering dark. I pulled the covers up to our chins, listening to the house settle. It was a living thing, this house, built from the memories of what a home should be. "David," Sarah's voice was barely a whisper, drifting from the edge of sleep. "Yeah, I'm glad you came back for me." "I never really left," I said, though I knew it wasn't true. I had left for 100 years. I had left her in the silence while I watched the world die. But in this place, time didn't work the same way. The century of my watch was shrinking, becoming a single bad dream that was already beginning to fade. I closed my eyes. In the world outside this house, the great machine would continue to turn. The archive would store its shadows. The new cities would rise in the neon glow, and the people would live and die, never knowing that their lives were being whispered into the stone by a girl with a pen and a glowing marble. The red light in the empty town was gone, replaced by the flickering amber of a transition that would take centuries to complete. But here, on the edge of the beautiful waste, the light was unnecessary. I felt the darkness closing in, not the oppressive, artificial dark of the basement, but the kind, velvet dark of the end. It was the dark that comes before the first dawn of a world that doesn't need to be saved. It was the dark of a story that had finally found its ending. I didn't think about the archive. I didn't think about the architect. I didn't think about the billions of data points I had spent a lifetime protecting. I thought about the tomatoes on Miller Street. I thought about the way the frost had looked on the leaves that morning, like diamonds scattered on the black earth. I thought about the fact that they had died, and that it was okay, because we had been there to see it. The watch was over, the line was held, the transition was complete. The 11th fell asleep, and for the first time in the history of the archive, there was no one left to monitor his dreams. Outside, the tide reached the base of the hill, the salt spray catching the light of the ancient, indifferent stars. The house stood silent, a white beacon in the vast, unrecorded night. The fire in the hearth went out, the last spark vanishing into the gray ash, leaving only the scent of cedar and the sound of the sea. The empty town was finally perfectly empty, and in that emptiness there was peace.